Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the June 22nd meeting of the school committee on this nice, beautiful evening. We'll start the meeting off with public participation. Anyone like to address the committee at this time? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go right into good news.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first piece of good news that I have involves the art teacher at the Minot Forest School, Miss Nancy Lennon. She submitted her artwork to the Massachusetts Art Education Association. Her work was entitled The Nemasket River, and this was juried and selected to be included in Artists Teaching in Massachusetts exhibit, and that will be at the Massachusetts State Transportation Building from June 20th through September 9th. That her artwork will be on display, and I think that's great that one of our elementary art teachers is talented enough to have her artwork accepted and displayed. Thank you.
Is that it, the good news from you?
That is.
Okay. I'm going to move up front.
Oh, you know what this is about?
No, I don't.
Jessica, will you come join me up front, Jessica?
I guess.
This is definitely good news. I have a certificate here for Jessica. When we had Andrew?
Yes.
Andrew Kavicki, I thought he was one of the most involved students to be on the committee, and I said, that's going to be a tough guy to replace. You've done that and have gone a step beyond. Each meeting, you have asked the tough questions of the principals, guest speakers, and the school committee, and that's outstanding. And if you were running against me in a couple of years, I'd be concerned about it. Actually, I wouldn't run against you.
I wouldn't run against you.
I have in recognition of Jessica Hansen as a student representative on the Wareham School Committee for the 2010-2011 school year, in appreciation of your contributions to the school system, signed this 22nd day of June, 2011.
Thank you.
And we have a little, it's not your birthday, but we have a little gift, bag, and the bag says, making the difference. Making a difference, and I think you've done that on this committee, and you're going to continue to do so as you move on in your education.
Thank you.
And here's the miniature laptop I promised you, so you can do some work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any committee?
Could you pose for a picture?
Yeah.
Maybe help her out with some stuff.
The loot.
Is this a Gucci?
It's Coach.
He's a sick man.
Gucci's so
He
old.
really is a sick man.
Thank you.
Just throw it in the bag. Hey. Any member? Any words for Jessica?
Sure. So we're going to embarrass you a little bit more. Yeah, of course. No, you have to stand up there. It's time for the roast. I just want to say that I think that you bring just an amazing perspective to this committee, just bringing the knowledge and input from students, and I appreciate your humor and how you how dedicated you are to your work, to your schooling, and just the overall person that you are. Very happy to have you on this committee, and I'm really looking forward to working with you again next year.
Me too. Jessica, you represent Wareham Public Schools so well, and you represent the students for Wareham Public Schools so well. You represent the faculty and administration so well, and you represent your family so well. You are insightful, intuitive, intelligent, and it's been my pleasure having sit next to you here for this short while. So, and I wish you nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Thank you.
The good news is that Jessica is only in grade 11.
That's right.
And we hope that she will be with us
We
an
hope so.
additional year, and she'll keep us informed as she does her college applications, and you know, where she's planning to go and so forth. And during the underclassmen awards, Jessica was recognized for her academics. And,
Gold Scholar, yes?
Yes, I believe that is correct. And so we're all very proud of her, and we expect her to continue with her insightful comments during the next year.
Jeff?
Well, it's hard not to be redundant in a case like this, but I guess the one other observation I would say is that there are lots of bright people in the world, lots of high IQs, and lots of people who, despite being smart and having high IQs, aren't successful. I have a feeling you're not going to be one of those unsuccessful smart people, and the reason is because you seem to have the confidence and the security to speak out when you have something to say, and that's really important. So I look forward to watching you progress as an independent adult.
Thank you.
Jessica, I don't know what I can say more than what they've said, other than thank you for putting your time in here, because there's been a lot of late nights. And I see you everywhere. So I don't know if you always see me, but I know I see
Yeah,
you
I see you.
involved with a million things. I don't think you sleep. And unfortunately, your
late
mother
nights.
probably doesn't get to sleep either. So we'd like to thank your mom, too, for doing all the
Thank
late
you.
night pickups, too. But thank you very much for all you've done, and I do hope you will be here next year.
I'm going to try.
Good. And sleep this summer.
Oh, my God.
Just take some time out.
I have been.
Any other good news, Rhonda?
Just a couple things. Last week I attended the kindergarten transitional support group. I think we should come up with a better name for it. Basically what it is are for...
What's the acronym? There has to be an acronym.
No, not here.
Oh, my
No, I'm
goodness.
going to do whatever I can to make sure there's no more acronyms in this committee, this group, this school system. Anyway, I wasn't able to attend the first three, there were low attendance, but I did attend the last one. And what this group does is basically help prepare, I think it's more for parents than students, but any child that's going into the Wareham school system who is going into kindergarten can attend a Tuesday late afternoon meeting to not only get the tour of the building, to work with staff there, to help your child understand what their day is going to be like, as well as helping to prepare the parents on how to help your child, whether it's reading, writing, basically giving suggestions on additional things that you can do over the summertime to prepare them, so then they're ready to go that first day. Mary Morgan is the teacher. The title again? Sorry, Barry.
Early childhood coordinator.
The early childhood coordinator puts it on. Again, very low attendance. So what I said is that we need to do whatever we can to promote that. So then more parents are taking advantage of it over the summertime. It's a chance that you can get to meet other parents. The other kids can meet some of the kids that could be in their classroom. So any promotion we can do around that. And if you have any questions about it, please contact Mary Morgan. Her website, her email address is on the district website to ask more about it. We didn't have one this week. I'm hoping that they start up again next week. But it's a great opportunity to get children ready for kindergarten, and also parents to gather more information on what's about to happen. And even if you have a second child going into kindergarten, it's still a great opportunity. So the only other thing that I had is that Last week, I attended a fair that was put on by the Sipacan Elementary School. This is a community event that is put on to help benefit the music program there. So it was a fair that happened from 5 until 7 o'clock. It was for families and kids to come out, and they had different games. They had a dunk tank, they had jumpy houses, kids were running around, playing all different kinds of games. And the reason why I mention it here is that, we always talk about the arts, and that there's a lack of funding there. And they raised a lot of money to help support the music program there. The students that had taken up an instrument were there to play for the community. And so I want to just throw that out there as another idea that I'm willing to, put time into it. That if the elementary schools, the middle schools, the high school, to think about whether what kind of community events that we can do, children's fairs or something like that, in addition to the ones that we're already doing, to raise funds for certain pieces of the school that might be lacking in funding. That's all. Thanks. It was a great event.
Doctor?
Great Bruins. Stanley Cup champs.
Barry?
That's good news.
Dr. Rabinovich?
No, I'm all set.
Mr. Sweat?
Sometimes serendipity happens, and I was at an event earlier this week and found myself sitting next to the valedictorian of the high school class this year. And Jessica is not unique. We actually had some other really bright students at Wareham High School, and not being one to be bashful, I picked her brain, which was an extraordinary brain, for as long as I could before I felt I was abusing her. This is an outstanding individual. Most people will never get to know her because she's just, someone who gave a speech. But we produced some outstanding students, and she had lots of insightful things to say about Wareham High School and the Wareham education she's received, and it was a very beneficial time that I spent with her.
Thank you. Rachel? All set? Okay. Minutes of the June 8th meeting. If there are no corrections, changes to the minutes, I'll entertain a motion to accept them as printed.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous. Jessica, after all of the accolades and awards, you're up.
Summer. Best time of the year. I only have two things to say. That there is I believe, what's known as the CARE program for the elementary through middle school students, and that is starting up Tuesday, July 5th, and the days go from 8:30 in the morning to 2:30 in the afternoon, and that is a 6-week program that is provided for our students here, and they do receive lunch and stuff, so good for them. And also over at the high school, they are starting registration for their 5th quarter, and registration is on Wednesday, July 29th through that Friday, which is July 1st. And I know Ms. Franklin, one of the guidance counselors, will be there from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. noon. And then classes will start from July 5th and go till August 4th.
Thank you.
Chairman, can I just follow up
Yes,
on one question?
please.
And that I got a question from a parent regarding the CARE program, that there seems to be some confusion around who the CARE program is available to. That they felt that the CARE program was marketed towards struggling children and not all age groups, or any child can participate in the CARE program. Okay, so there is some confusion out there, and so I'll forward along the question and the email address, so then maybe you can follow up with them and just. All right, great. Thank you.
If I can on that, the 21st Century Grant we've had now for at least 5 years, maybe longer. And it's a federal grant, and it's targeted towards children who are not doing well and on low economics. So they have to meet two thresholds first, economic level and ability level. And then, after they have the first right of refusal, then we see if we have additional seats available for other students who may want to participate. And there are enrichment activities also. So, maybe somebody didn't get in, it's possible, but I know that because of additional funding that was got, that we have, it's an extended program, it's 6 hours this summer, and that we have, I believe, close to 225 children attending. So it is expanded, but, you know, it is limited by the amount of resources and by the parameters of the federal grant.
Okay, but when it was expanded, so then it would be open to more children than just, okay. All right, so I'm gonna forward on this, okay. Okay.
It's actually oversubscribed for the waiting list.
Okay, and because of the number of children that do fit within those parameters, so it wasn't expanded to allow for children outside of those parameters. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have 2 school improvement plans. Mr. Gilmore is up for us, I believe.
I'm not sure which is the easiest way for me to sit here and.
Whichever way.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that would work.
Thank you.
Just turn the mic towards you, please.
That's
I
a
think that's
line.
what we're doing.
You have already received the school improvement plan, and my understanding tonight was that we would review our school improvement goals from last year, or this past year, 2010, 2011, make some comments about impact statements, and then look at the SMART goals for next year. So what you will see is part of your plan already. This you have seen back in March 20-something of this past year, where we had the update of where we were for the school improvement plan for the 2010-2011 school year. This slide is on your school improvement plan for 2011-2012, and it's just in the wrong order here on this particular piece of it. It should be a little bit later. But important to note the improvement in attendance, because we refer to that later. And then also, excuse me, caring, cooperative, and respectful, the 3 words that we highlight. You'll notice over the past 3 years, the improvement as far as that. And that slide is also in your school improvement plan for 2011-2012, with some reference to it as far as an impact statement. And that's what it looks like as far as using a single criteria, being out-of-school suspensions. 7-8, we were 303, and we're down to 187. That 187, by the way, represents 83 children. And 15 of those 83 children represent 2 or more offenses. So in other words, most students, it happens once or twice, and they learn their lesson. We have about 15 students that are 3 or more offenses that cause my hair to get whiter from time to time. So here we go. There are the goals. And again, this is pretty familiar with you since we went through it a couple of months ago. Obviously, we struggle with AYP. We did make it in the aggregate. For English language arts, realize that it's a 2-year operation, so that, you know, if we don't make it for 2 years in a row, then we get put on some type of status. But the no status means that we're okay as far as the year is concerned. You can see there was a slight drop in the aggregate. And for mathematics, we made progress in the aggregate and in 2 subgroups. We just didn't make enough progress, okay? So it isn't that we're not making progress in mathematics and improving. It's just that we're not, in other words, we made 3 to 5%. The state wanted us to make 7%. So do we need to do better? The answer is yes, but we are making the progress. We did add some things in there. Science, by the way, is not accountable. They don't come out with a overall progress report. We did try and do some things as far as making sure that the tutoring that could be offered under our SES program was offered. We certainly targeted those students who are wanting and needs improvement and have that low economic status. Those are the kids that are eligible for the tutoring. We raised that from 22 to 87 students this year. We increased the late buses to 3 days a week so students could get help Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Expand professional development. That is there as to what we have done. 6+1 training. You'll note the thing that in the middle where it says that the staff meetings per month that the staff must attend. They have at least 3 curriculum meetings a month, 1 grade level meeting, 2 or 3. I have 2 or 3 curriculum leader meetings. That's with the facilitators. There's at least 1 special education meeting per month with me. 2 or more at MCAS time as we try to get the accommodations set. And then I meet with each grade level team on a monthly basis, okay, about every 4 to 5 weeks. ELL program, we're working on that in the sense that we have 8 staff who are in various stages of training. The Nobel House is the place for any student who comes in who's an ELL student. Student achievement, things that we have done. You can see the 6+1 varies by class and lesson. It's pretty clear. We do 2 writing pieces per school year. We did a long composition on October the 20th, and then we did a non-reading fiction and open response, and that was scored on April 6th. And again, those are scored by all the staff, PE, regardless, everybody included. Portfolio, you can see the collections by week, and on June the 2nd, we had our portfolio night. You will note that in our 2011-2012 school improvement goals, or SMART goals, we have talked about going back and looking at the portfolio to include more than just the reflection in math, English language arts, and science, but have it more showing the students' progress in many other areas as well. You can see that we do have midterm and end-of-the-year assessments as it relates to in mathematics. We also have that in English language arts, and we're getting there in science. 6 in each subject. Oops. Okay. Communication. Global Connect we have used more. Those are the things: Honor Society induction, spaghetti supper, bullying presentation, Red Ribbon Week, Student of the Month breakfast. This year we combined the Students of the Month with the school council, the student council, and the Honor Society. And we had about 230-something folks up in the cafeteria on our June 8th in-service day in the morning. To recognize those folks who have contributed to the building in a meaningful way. We also had Rachel's Challenge, thanks to our Parent-Teacher Association, both here and at the high school. And then those are the number of clubs that were there. And again, some of this is redundant because it's in that school improvement plans for 2011-2012, where it asked us how we did it with the goals. But we began an intramural program this year. That's there. And then we listed in the school, the community, things that people were involved in, all that you have. Probably the newest and the highlight of that would be the club showcase night that we had when we had the parents of the incoming sixth graders here at the end of May. All of the clubs were set up so that the parents could, as they strolled through the building on their tours, the student council students leading them, that they were able to see the clubs and activities that their daughter or son could be involved with. Again, some continuation of the school and community. The orientation for grade 6 included myself, a teacher, Sharon Burbage, and 3 students going to Minot Forest for a morning for about an hour, doing the same thing with Deacon's. Then having the parent orientation night, and then having the students come and visit here, giving them a tour, answering their questions. And then in August, we'll have another open house with the student council members, and that happens about a week before school when the incoming sixth graders know what their house is and what their homeroom is, so that when they get off the bus on the first day, they have some sense of where to go. We also will have plenty of staff and student council members around. And then technology. You can see that many teachers, by taking classes, have added to our technology with the cameras, the document cameras, and the LED projectors. And for the money was put into the 2011-2012 budget, but due to financial constraints, that money was taken out for technology. All right. Any questions about this year and where we are or what we are about as far as the middle school is concerned?
This time.
I'm all set.
Yes. Just a comment. There's a really interesting interracial demographic you have in your school. It's 5 times greater than the state average, for example. And it seems it's specific to being multiracial but non-Hispanic. Can you tell me why they make a point of saying you're not multiracial if you're part Hispanic?
I could not answer that.
Anybody
It's a category that's on
understand
there.
why that's...
Seems to be a newer trend, I guess. I'm not sure, because you see that, I know, like, working for the government, it just always was an option. For some reason, those options changed at a certain point, and it
one
just...
option was always multiracial, non-Hispanic. That's an option.
You categorize yourself now as Caucasian, non-Hispanic. It's just, I don't know why it changed or where it changed. It just changed. Somebody decided to...
The federal government's way of categorizing people changed about 2 years ago. And all of a sudden, where we used to have only 7 ways of classifying people, it became 35. And to be quite honest, we find it offensive, but it's data that we have to keep and goes into the state and to the federal government.
I expect the government to be intrusive and illogical, but this was particularly,
Well, it's interesting, of all the subgroups listed, anything that has over 40 people in it, and since that's 11%, that's more than 40 people.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that we're not tracking that group, whatever it represents, as far as the student population is concerned, but it's kind of interesting that way. You're absolutely correct.
Second question is, you make a point of saying that your population is fairly constant, to use your word, and yet I see in grade 6 you're projecting going from 246 to 219. That's a substantial drop.
Well, up until this time, it has been fairly constant. It has been around 715, 718. That's what I meant. I then further went on to show in the plan, the next 3 years we dropped by about 30 students.
Okay, So,
All right, so that we're down in 2 years from now, we're down to 688 students. Okay, and then the following year, 690 students, and then we finally hit a bulge again that will bring us back up, but not significantly. So if you look at the population, it's been decreasing. In 2007, 2008, my first year here, we were close to 798 students. Okay, so there's been a substantial decline in enrollment at the middle school level.
and it's going to continue next year?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We're projected for 704 next year. We ended this year at 718. It's the following year also that where we're going to see the biggest decrease of another 20-plus students.
I realize these numbers are very distorted because they take every adult in the building, you know, and use that as the denominator as compared to actual teachers in the classroom. But using the numbers that they force you to use, you're still more than a full student lower than the average for the district, and even a greater disparity for the average for the state in terms of student-teacher ratios. I mean, is that primarily the result of the fact that you've had some student attrition? Or have you just been better at getting the superintendent to give you what you need?
Well, I used to be
School's under
good at that,
restructuring.
but probably not for next year. No, I think it is the fact that our enrollment has decreased and we have kept the same, pretty much the same staffing pattern. So we've been fortunate that our class size has averaged between 19 and 22.
But you expect that to change next year as a result?
It will
of
change, and I put that in the school improvement plan as
Right.
well.
Mr.
Absolutely.
Chairman, if I may, Mr. Sweat, just one, and I don't know exactly the year, but I believe it was when Howard began. He made an argument to this board and to myself about going to 4-person teams because of that they would work better curricula-wise. And so we expanded the number of staff at the same time the number of students were going down, and that's why you have the ratios that you have. That will change next year to a higher number.
This may be in the final draft, which I didn't get until late, but in the initial draft, there was no indication of teacher education, no data at all, bachelor's, master's, CAGs, doctorate, et cetera.
Oh, is that right?
Is
I thought
that
there
in the final draft?
I thought there was in the, I'll look.
While you're looking, I'll just keep going through. Perhaps the biggest concern I have is looking at math CPI numbers. Now, frankly, I've lost some faith in CPI and a lot of the forecast measurements, at least in some respect. But one of the things that concerns me is, first, that science and technology is the lowest CPI within the school, significantly. It's down in the 60s. But even that, although that's not good, the CPI actually drops as a percentage that are needing improvement or failing. It gets worse with every grade level. So 6th grade is slightly less than 50%, 7th grade is more than 50%, and 8th grade is closing in on 60%. So the trend indicates that the longer they're at the middle school, the further behind they get. Can you help me feel comfortable with those data?
Well, I think if you look at where we were, I think you take each subject area. For example, if you take the present 8th grade in English language arts.
I'm just talking math, by the way.
Oh, math, okay.
Just talking math.
If you look at math, I think that you'll see that there is an increase overall, especially with the subgroups, and we made it in the aggregate.
Now, I'm just let me be very specific about what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the percentage of students that are either needing improvement or failing, and adding those two numbers together.
Yes.
Okay? And in 6th grade, it's a little less than 50%.
Mm-hmm.
48.
Excuse me?
48.
And in 7th grade, it now gets into the mid-50s.
Yeah.
57.
And in 8th grade, it's closing in on 60%.
Right.
70. 69%.
Okay, it keeps getting higher.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the disturbing thing. I would like to think that the longer that you've got them, the better you do with them. But in fact, they're falling further and further behind in math.
In math.
So it suggests that something fundamental is not happening.
There's probably a number of factors. One is the hole that we dug, okay? The second one is the preparation and the coordination of the math curriculum across the district, as well as here at the middle school. So I think that's a piece of it, and then I think it's probably...
Jan, I'd like you to comment on that when Mr. Gilmore is finished.
That has been addressed over the past 2 to 3 years. So I think we begin to see the product of it with the 5th graders who come in as 6th graders who had everyday math last year, as the 4th grade and 3rd grade had it as well. The year before that, we saw that math instruction went from 45 minutes to close to 90 minutes, so that we began to see some at the elementary level, and then as they came into the middle school. We also changed our schedule at the same time so that students went from 40-minute classes, 43-minute classes, to now either 57 or 68 minutes, depending upon the day. So all of that has happened to try and get at what you're referring to. I think the product would be to say, remember that under the everyday mathematics, 6th grade goes to everyday math, which is far more rigorous than the present 6th grade program we have, okay? And that all students will be algebra, which is what we have been shooting for since day one. We're making progress. Is it the kind of progress that you would hope that we would be making greater progress? And certainly I would as well. But we have begun to target that. On the reverse, if you look at English language arts, for example, that if you were to take a look at last year's grade 7, and where they just, the only scores I could look at was grade 8 for the 2011 testing, you will find that those students from grade 7 to grade 8 made almost an 8% increase in their scores of looking at the number of students in advanced and proficient. And we're far closer to the state average.
So what you're saying is you're giving us a sneak preview of this embargoed data.
No. All I'm saying is that I think we have to look at sometimes the way the curriculums work is that we tend to see the greater success, and that's been true over the years, not necessarily every year, at the 8th grade level, that finally it clicks in as far as writing, as far as the students responding and having the English language background that they need. So math is still an issue. It's still a challenge, and we keep working at it. But you also look at the overall, where the state wants us to be and where we are, and we're almost 20 points off. Okay? I mean, so our progress is measured in that we are making progress, and we're making progress to a number, but it's nowhere near what the state average is, which is where we should be. And if you look at the 2011-2012 SMART goals, in there I suggest that at grade 7 in mathematics, we have to make almost a 14% increase in order to get to where we need to be. I'm very aware of the areas that need the improvement. Hopefully we can develop the strategies to get ourselves and address those. Okay, so you can see that in the aggregate we may only need a 4% increase, but in certain grade levels there is a major need for some real reinforcement and remediation.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Rachel,
Anything else?
anything?
No, keep going.
Keep going.
I have one
No,
question.
do you
Oh, I'm
have
sorry.
anything?
No.
I have one question. It was really funny because I didn't know if you were going to do it now or you were going to do it at the end, but Jeff opened the door, and it was really kind of funny because I had all those percentages down in this paper, and I was going to ask you on it later, but since he opened the door, I'd like to put my 2 cents in, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I think what Jeff was getting to was the same thing that I noticed, and I know everyone knows that we need to improve in math and so forth and so on. But I think what he was most concerned about, and what I was concerned about, and I wanted to get your professional opinion and also your quantitative analysis, if there is one, because the same trend holds true in English language arts. Let me just make my point. And English and language arts, I mean, we're doing very, very well as a school. I mean, in grade now, these are, and again, when you made these goals last year, you didn't have the 2010 results. In 2010, 61% of our kids are proficient or advanced. 61%. That's up to, in grade 6. That's up to be, that's really, really great, because the state's 54 on proficient. But then, so that's above the state in grade 6. But then in English and language arts, in grade 7, they equal the state in English and language arts. So technically, they've regressed. With all things being equal, no changes in curriculum, no changes of instruction, all things being equal, okay, there was a regression in grade 7 in 2010. And then when you get to 2008, they're below state average. Again, another regression. So that regression is taking place also in English and language arts. Now, if we go to math, it's really significant, because if you go to math, and we'll do the needs improvement in morning, in grade 6, only 48% of those kids fall in that category. But yet in grade 7, 57% of the kids fall in that category. And in grade 8, 69% fall in that category. Now, all things being equal, same curriculum, same instruction, going on for several years now, different cohorts, I understand. Do you have an explanation for the regression?
If you got a group going on, and then you're looking at another group, you're looking
It's
at different
cohorts,
kids.
I understand.
If you just took this present grade 8 in English language arts, not counting their 2011 scores.
Well, yeah, we don't know what those are.
Okay.
Right.
For proficient and advanced at grade 5, 55% of the kids.
Grade 5.
Grade 5. Grade
Okay.
6, 59% of the kids. And in grade 7, 69% of the kids. Okay, so in
That's
other
on
words, if you take that
2010?
same class of kids starting in grade 5, 55% of them, 59% of them were, so it's increase of 4%, to an increase of 10% as they were as grade 7.
So I guess what I'm saying is, you have looked at this regression analysis?
Yes.
In other words, you've done this by cohort?
I've done it by cohort, that's correct.
And there is a level, and each cohort is performing at about where they were in previous grades?
Or better.
Or better?
Except in mathematics, which one year, for example, that same group of kids, in grade 5, 45% of them were proficient and advanced. In grade 6, 56%, and in grade 7, 43%.
Okay.
If you look at the state average during that time, we're not close to where we should be. We're probably 12 points off from where we should be. Okay, now I will be very interested to see if we made adjustments so that when I come back to see you folks again, that in grade 8, we said, this is what we noticed in grade 7 and needed to make that. So yes, I have it from grade 5 for every class that we have, including the kids that went on to 9th grade.
Okay. That's what I wanted.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to know.
To see how they did in English language arts, that same cohort,
That's
give or
what I
take
wanted
that
to
you've
know,
got some kids
if that has
coming in.
been done.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So you've traced the cohort,
Yes.
and there isn't a glaring differential.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Jeff, you had a follow-up?
In the survey data, what concerns me is twofold. One is I don't get the actual data. I get statements like a majority of parents and students and staff are satisfied with the following. But to me, there's a huge difference between 51% being satisfied and 80% being satisfied. And if they're just satisfied with feeling safe going to and from school and feeling safe while at school, if that's only 51%, I'm really concerned. So in the future, I'd like to have the actual data rather than statements.
Well,
And the second concern I have is you state that areas that continue to need improvement are the following, which suggests to me less than a majority are satisfied with feeling valued and respected by teachers, counselors, and administrators, feeling valued and respected by peers, this is parents and students, feeling that bullying is a problem, that's parents and students, then staff, parent involvement in the life of the school, satisfaction with school discipline. There's a number of different categories. Frankly, if there are less than a majority of people that are feeling good about those categories, I'm very concerned.
As well you should be. But the difficulty with this year's, just to begin with the survey, that data is available. And what I tended to use were those things that were 80% or better. In most cases, if you were looking at I feel safe going to and from school in 2010, 2011, 90% of the kids said they feel safe.
That's great. So
Okay.
majority is a mischaracterization.
I feel safe that I am at school is 86%. Okay, so, but what happens is that because of we only had 22 parents complete the survey, as it says in there, 666 kids did. So the student one is the most accurate anyways, typically. And then you like to have it referenced with the parent one, especially when it came to those areas. So those areas represented at least 80%, most of them were 90% when it came to feeling safe, and the ones that I listed. When you talk about, we asked students, we used to ask students, do you have an adult that you can go to? And it was somewhere around 74, 75%. This year it's up to 78%. Didn't quite meet the criteria, but still a concern to me is that that should be at 100%. All right, you would like to think that every kid who comes into this building, now we asked that question in a different way this year, so I don't know if we got a different response. If we take those same questions, which I'm sure the committee is going to review, and make sure that we ask them, then next year would be a good reference point to say this is what it looks like. So I have that data, and I'd be more than happy to forward that on. I was just trying to take those things that were significant, that were very high, and especially when we get into that bullying, that if the kid feels safe coming to school and feels safe at school, and the parents feel the same way, then the quote bullying is not acceptable at all. But then it's certain instances within the building of kids with kids in a relationship.
The last point, and I've been particularly sensitized to this recently, the staff apparently feel that there's insufficient involvement in the life of the school, insufficient parent involvement in the life of the school.
Yeah.
Can you tell this committee that we are in fact a welcoming administration at the middle school?
We certainly are.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
I would say not just administration, but staff administration. We are a welcoming building.
Ms. Hanson.
All
I
right.
just have two questions. On the slide where you said to improve literacy skills for all students, you said that you did 2 school-wide writing samples and that you graded them or you scored them.
Yes.
What is being done with that? What does that data go towards? And are the students getting back their writing samples
Yes.
so they can see what they have done?
Yes, they did. The first group, for the long composition, we took the exemplary writing of 9 students. We gave them a gift certificate to boarders, put their picture on our website, and used their writing as exemplars of what good writing is all about. And in each time, the English teachers took back those and went through them with students. We did the same thing, only without any, quote, prizes attached to it, to the open response where they were reading a nonfiction passage. But the English teachers received those back, and they went through it with the students as to why they got a 2 or 3. Remember, it was each paper was read by 2 people. If the score was not within 1, then a third person read it, so that we had, and so the students got the scoring of 2 to 3 staff members, and then were able to work with their English teacher for the corrections or a different way that they could have presented what they wanted to say.
Okay. And
those are posted have been posted around the the school as well.
And then another thing I have under the extracurricular activities is band. It states that there's only 25 kids involved in this. I remember the last two school improvement plans from both of the elementary schools. They were saying what they were doing with the band and how there's been concerts and thus forth with them. Can you just explain to me a little bit what's going on with the band? Have there been concerts recently?
There have
Anything
not
like that?
been.
And can you explain
Set,
why?
The number of students who come to band, we have an academic support block so that we have band during the day for 6th grade and for 7 and 8. And then we also offer band after school. And it just has not been attended. There may be a number of other activities. There are certainly more activities at the middle school than there were at the elementary school that may drain that participation away. But we have not had very good participation, Jess.
Okay.
All set?
All set with this year and next year?
I hope you gave the boarders certificates before they closed up.
Yes, we did. That was back in October.
Right, continue, Mr. Gilmore.
Impact statements, again, the student population, enrollment data, those are the figures. That's what the class size looks like for next year. Please note that the class size is due to a reduction in staff. Attendance, again, we met NCLB in the sense of 95%. My feeling is that should be closer to 96 or 97% as a school-wide attendance. We need the students here in order for them to get the maximum that they deserve. Discipline, again, something that we continue to work on, caring, cooperative, respectful of the 3 words. We've also adopted the Peace Builders program. All the staff have been trained, and it has increased a positive climate for learning within the building. Student performance, caring, cooperative, respectful. The bullying policy and procedures are in effect and obviously will be carried through entirely next year. Students feel valued and respected. That's at 78%. I already made a comment to that really should be at 100%, but that's something we need to continue to work at. And we are improving on the scores, but it's not it's a bumpy road. All right, but we are getting there. Parent and community involvement. Listed in your school improvement plan were all the things that we have been involved with this year. We worked at trying to involve the community and parents more. We still have great work to be done. The same for after-school opportunities for students. You'll notice that the number of clubs, activities, and students participating. The 3 days of the late buses, also getting students back for assistance. Professional development opportunities, you had seen under the past year for what we did for 2010, 2011. Obviously, they're going to be significant as we start to implement the Common Core goals in ELA and mathematics, and also for social studies this year. And our SMART goals. Oh, was there anything about the impact statements? I'm sorry. Before we start the SMART goals?
Go ahead.
All set? Just
Yep,
keep going?
sure.
Okay. Student achievement.
Yeah, you're on a roll.
Yeah. Student achievement, certainly we've been set that it's 15% increase in our scores by 2014. You can see specifically what I feel we need to do at the overall in the aggregate. And then this is the second slide that goes with that, which talks about the action statements and those things that we will be needing to do and are happening as I sit here, okay? And we would like the tutoring available for all students, but that's obviously a cost item that we need to look at down the road, okay? Any questions, comments? All right. We turn to mathematics.
Because I have them, but,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
have them, but should we just wait
Yeah,
until the very end?
go through it, and then at the end we'll ask the question.
okay. In mathematics, attain our CPI target by improving 15%. That first sentence is already over here on the left, that we have to increase it by 15% by 2014. We really need to increase by 4 to 7% in the AYP and math in the aggregate in all subgroups. You can see what I was referring to. that in order to be at least at the state standards, we need to increase 14% in grade 7 in the proficient and advanced category. Because of the everyday math that's been implemented in grade 6, we have students coming to us who have very high expectations as far as math is concerned. We have some knowledge of where they are already so that we can get going on the first day of school. And then obviously the professional development that's going to need to happen both for the ELA curriculum and the math curriculum as we implement everyday mathematics. The 6th grade teachers and special education teachers have already been involved in training this year in preparation for implementing everyday mathematics in grade 6 next year. In grade 7, we'll be implementing the transitions in grade 7. So the next year's 7th grade class will take algebra in grade 8, all students. Okay. Improving the communication with parents. We had listed many things that we had done this year. We need to continue that. The one thing we do want to look at very directly is the portfolio itself to see what needs to be expanded, maybe even some things taken out, so that it really does show the total student growth. And then I put these two in because I think they're important. The more we can get kids to school every day, the better our chances are that they will be successful in all that we ask of them, both in the standardized testing and in their regular learning experiences. And we need to also do a much better job with the after-school academic assistance that we provide students. We increased the non-SES, the SES tutoring this year, but we also need to make sure that the non-SES is addressed, those students who don't fall under those categories, and that we do a better job with a targeted population as far as going back to students, back to teachers for additional help. And with that, we'll take a great deal of additional support. And my goal, which is most important, is the fewer students needing summer school or being retained. Okay. And then for technology, we are implementing a 21st century skills class for all 7th graders. And we also are a pilot site in one of our 6th grade teams for the iPad training and putting the iPad into implementation. And that does it. And any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and answer.
I don't have a lot. You talked about, I think you said 78% of the students were feeling respected. You know, I kind of just want to keep that in perspective as far as age is concerned. I think I know we'd love to see 100%, but I don't know how realistic that would be just because of the age and the developmental stage that the kids are at. You can be completely respectful to your, I know I'll speak from a lot of experience. You think you're doing, you're being very respectful, and you're reminded each day that you're not. So, but it's not it is just kind of an age thing. The other thing is, as far as, and I know tutoring, I know the expenses there. Is there any way of implementing a type of mentoring program within the school, the confines of the school hours, for what students to kind of maybe mentor each other?
We did that with the Honor Society. And we probably had about 20 students who were available, and probably only 8 students actually. But we need to work at that because we have a number of students in the Honor Society. And it was during ASB that they did it with other students, and it was mostly in mathematics.
Yeah.
So I think those are things that we need to, as well as to take advantage of the high school students.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if they have some community service obligations through Honor Society or whatever the club or group may be at the high school, to be able to come down here on a regular basis. It's trying to mesh the schedule so that when the kids, when the high school students are here, that our students are available. So I think that's why, I think there's a piece of trying to get that after-school piece where the kids can be here until 3:30 and then jump on the bus and get delivered home. And I think most parents, it's a matter of educating parents that we have
Right,
this.
it's available.
I would like to do it, and then,
I think sometimes too, where student to student is a little easier than, I gotta stay after for help kind of
Yes.
thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
With the small numbers, and it's hard to gauge because the numbers are so small, did you find it successful?
yes, for those students who did it,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think the Honor Society students felt very good about helping
Yeah,
in some way. I think kids feel very good about that.
yeah.
Just as they do as student council members giving tours of the building. So we always have the students do it and answer the other students' questions. I think they feel real helpful in doing that.
And I just would like
And
to
valued.
say, as far as the staff there, and to go back to a comment, or a question you had made earlier, the staff at the junior high is just incredibly warm and incredibly welcoming. They always have been super supportive. And I know with my kids, they really established some very, very strong bonds with teachers that they talk about constantly from there. So
Thank
just
you.
wanted to give you that plug in. Thank you very much.
Jeff?
Back to the issue of tutoring.
Back to the issue of what? I'm sorry.
Tutoring.
Tutoring, oh, yeah.
There are 3 lines in the report that one talks about supplemental educational services, SES, and then care programs, session 1 and session 2. The percentage of kids that take advantage of that, especially given the fact that the math program is struggling, or at least the students are struggling with the math program, is really small. SES is 11%. The care program session 1 was 8%. Care program session 2 was 7%. When you talk about these goals for next year, what kind of percentages are you looking to increase that to? And am I accurate in the sense that that's the measurement of that you would be using to reflect an increase in the tutoring?
For the students who are eligible, the SES, there were 220 students, and we only captured 87. All right. Care is a separate piece. So I would like to think that we captured 125 to 150 kids. Now, some of those students who qualified under SES were 3 to 5 points away from being proficient or advanced versus those that were down in the wanting category or the low needs improvement, somewhere between 220 and 230 in their scores. So we made a real push with letters that went home, with calling parents every time we had a parent meeting if their student was eligible, identifying who those students were. But it took us a while to get that done. And so I want to be more aggressive with it in September because we'll have the scores, we have the where students are as far as the economics are concerned, so that we can then begin to address them. And if they, and with the other students, is to use the teachers who are here with a targeted population of those kids who are in the wanting category to be able to get at them and make sure that they're coming back for tutoring.
What does your gut/experience tell you about why the participation is so low?
There are many other activities that are influence kids at the middle school level that are non-academic.
Thank you.
Howard, is there a program in place for the 5th graders coming in to your school to address bullying in the beginning of the year? Because I think that's very important. The 6th, 7th, 8th will have already gone through that.
Yes, there is. We do our Camp Burgess over the Camp Clark the first year, Camp Burgess last year. We're looking at the YMCA for this coming year for grade 6. Every child has that experience. We've also taken the PE health and built that into that program so that every student in the building will have had the refresher, the first run at it as far as bullying, as far as being respectful, caring, and cooperative between September and December. Okay, so we've taken that split third term moved it to first trimester, so that every student in the building, through the health and the PE, will be. Never mind the peace builders and the other kinds of things. I had asked that we get the Massachusetts Aggression Reduction Center to give a presentation to the students in September. Well, their first presentation that we were able to participate with is January, which will be okay, because we will have already done things internally, and then we'll do another parent and student presentation with that group who has done our previous staff and parent presentations. We'll do that in January. So we just took the third trimester, moved it up to first trimester, so we could address exactly those issues, and all the kids are going to get the same message. That was the most important part.
Another thing that I probably would like to see you look into is we had a presentation with Chris Herron, Increase the Peace Rally, and he targeted the younger group on making the right decisions for drugs and things like that. I think that's very important to be addressed at the middle school, and you can tie that into the bullying and that type of program. The second thing is you increase the time on learning for math. We went to 90 minutes. Am I correct?
Well, we
From where
added
we
the
were.
additional hands-on math at grade 6 and 7, that's correct.
Okay. So without going to 2 hours per day, how are you going to address the continuing problem with math at the middle school?
By better targeting those, first of all, I think curriculum-wise, we have increased the expectation level, and the everyday math, I think, is going to support that, as is the transition and algebra for all kids at grade 8. I think the other piece is that we are doing a better job of targeting those kids as far as mathematics is concerned. I am eager to look at the scores for the 2011 testing to see what those produce, because we have made certainly many more efforts to address the math issue. After that, my hope is that we're going to see the progress. We said it would be a 5-year plan, so we're 2 years shy of that. But we nevertheless, I would hope that we're going to see some dramatic return on our investment when I take a look at the 2011 scores. I know that's kind of iffy, and I can't say it's X number of percentage, but I am clearly cognizant of the fact of what we need to do to raise the scores 14%, and to make sure that the staff is well aware of it, and who are the kids that we need to do come September, because we'll have the scores at that particular point to say, these are the kids, and this is what we need to do.
Would any of those issues lie with the teachers doing the program? Is there more professional development needed? It seems like every year that we come here, math just sticks right out.
The thing, though, is if when you look at the mathematics, we're making progress. We're just not making it rapidly enough. So I think we're making gains. And my hope would be is that the amount of remediation we have to do over the next couple of years is far less than what has been needed in some cases, so that we can, in fact, if the kids are coming in already having the skills, then we can continue on, and hopefully the whole piece of it will be addressed. I'll come back with the data and say this is where, and this is what we're doing to try and address it.
Dr. Rabin.
Mr. Chair, and we've talked about this before, but just to remind everyone, last year, we put in a brand new math curriculum in the elementary school, everyday math. This is the first year of that program. They will be now moving into grade 6 next year, and we'll be doing that new math at the 6th grade next year. So it is going to take some time. Howard has alluded to it, that he feels he may need less remediation because of the rigor really of that curriculum with our elementary schools. So we've done that. We've put in teaming at grade 4 and 5 at the elementaries, so that we have people that can focus on mathematics. But again, this was the first year that we've done it at 2 grade levels at both elementary schools, We expect that to show gains, but you may not see them this year because this was the first year or second year of that program. It needs to work its way through, and that's why when Howard said a 5-year plan, it's difficult, but we keep looking at it, we keep making changes, and we do expect to see the increases in scores.
Now, and I get that. What I'm saying to you is, from where we were 2 years ago, I know you appreciate seeing the increase, and I know you want to see it higher. So I understand that, and when I said, what are you going to do to get even better, was not taking a slam on what you did, because I appreciate the increase that was there. It's just, how much can you do to get to that next level?
Right, understood, thank you.
Yep. Dr. Sylvia.
Couple things for you to consider, and I know that it's difficult to put something in motion, but you've got your counterpart from the high school here this evening, so I suggest you put your heads together. They're going to go to a block schedule. They're going to be looking for kids to take more electives. When I was principal at Sandwich, I had over 20 kids involved in pre-service independent study teacher training. And I had over 20 kids involved in the K-8 at Sandwich, working with specific teachers in specific areas, both in language arts and in mathematics. There is absolutely no reason why we can't draw up an independent study contract with a senior at that high school that's interested in a career in teaching, and assign them to one of your math teachers or a class, and have that be their permanent assignment for credit at the high school. You'd be absolutely amazed. It'll serve two purposes. One, it'll be a wonderful role model for the middle school kids. It'll also give the opportunity for a high school kid to try on the teacher boots before they actually jump in. So I strongly suggest that maybe you and Scott think about doing something like this, because in terms of tutorial, and it's a very inexpensive way to get some very valuable assistance. So they were actually assigned to that class, and they helped the teacher. They listened to the instruction. They got on board, and they were put in a position where they could really be helpful for those kids. So that's one of the things. So it was called Independent Study, Pre-Service Training, Teacher of Math, Teacher of English, whatever the case may be. And it was for credit. And where the campuses are so close, transportation won't be a major issue like it was in Sandwich. The other thing you said is your goal is algebra in grade 8, and I think that's all well and good, but all kids are not going to be able to take algebra in grade 8 because they're not going to be developmentally ready to take algebra in grade 8. And so I think that runs the risk of establishing an underlying math class or class, and I have a problem with that, because simply having algebra in grade 8 is not going to guarantee success in the MCAS, because the MCAS is real big on analytical, higher level thinking, process. So I admire the goal, and I understand the goal, but I just hope that you're careful about putting that in for those kiddos that are not ready, both academically or developmentally, to take algebra in grade 8. Thank you.
Rhonda?
Ms. Gilmore, thanks for your presentation tonight. I'm going to focus most of my comments just on the structure of the school improvement plan. I think that a lot of things were said tonight around, and especially from you, around different action items that are going to be happening next year that I was glad to hear from you, but I didn't see in the actual plan. And so when taking a look for me at the plan, I felt that many of the measurements, I usually look at, and I've said this a couple times before, the structure of the school improvement plan, I look at two areas. I look at what the action items are and how you're going to measure yourself by what those action items are. And many of the things in the measurement section, to me, were really action items, and that there were things in the indicators that maybe could be put in measurement. So generally in here, I'm hoping that maybe another look is taken at that section, And especially if there's nothing in that measurement, that I don't think that there should be an indicator or a measurement if there's not, or an action if there isn't a measurement by which you're going to do that. It just shouldn't be on the plan. So generally, if we could just look at that, just so when I'm reviewing this again, I know exactly, I think it sets the right tone for the instructors, the teachers, the administration on, and how they're going to be measured when an action item is going to be performed at the school. And so I could just give some examples where in the first goal, around increasing AYP by 5 to 7%. For a measurement, instead of the observations by curriculum leaders, I mean, you can put those into an action that you're going to do. Even if, but being able to put in the measurement that if you feel like 5 to 7% is going to be achieved, then basically say that's how we're going to measure ourselves by, that it will be the 5 to 7% increase. If you feel that, you know what, let's shoot for 3, then I'm even okay. Whatever the group feels like this is what we're going to be able to achieve by, whatever number you feel comfortable with, then at least let's put that in there so everybody knows exactly what is our high goal, but then what are we going to truly, what do we feel like we're going to be achieving this year?
Okay.
I had a similar in the SES tutoring, the tutoring increasing the participation. Again, just throwing a number out there of how much we're going to increase by. So basically asking that question in every single one of the action items, can we put a number against it? Can we put a goal against it? That I would really love to be able to see that in an updated version of this.
Okay.
The second was just throwing another idea out there. We got to talk with elementary school parents, and one of the things that was discussed there was how to increase parent involvement. That if teachers had if they had a crystal ball or if they had a wish when it came to parent involvement, what would it look like? And they said it would be great to have parents in the classroom 3 to 5 days a week doing different tasks. It could be reading, it could be helping with the curriculum, it could be photocopying, it could be doing a lesson. Do you see that? Do you see that as a want or a need from the teachers? Because I know some of it is going on, but would the teachers in the middle school want to see that increased when it came to parent involvement in the school?
Yes, we had a discussion about that. I thought we put that in as one of the things that we wanted to do was to increase the amount of parents, and we felt that the first thing we had to do was identify those places that parents could be involved in and what grade levels and teams felt the most comfortable doing that.
Mm-hmm.
We also talked about the fact that we had somewhere between 15 and 20 work-study students who were here doing a lot of the things that would typically be done by volunteers as far as running off materials, doing things of that nature for the teachers, who are high school kids getting credit for a part of their work-study program. My understanding is that with the block schedule, some of that may diminish next year, so there will be more opportunities, and it's something that I'm not sure that we have been comfortable with or that we have addressed really in any. But yes, I would love to see parents involved. The library will be open again this coming year, so I would hope that we can get parents. We just have to think about it, work at it, and do it. So the answer is yes,
Okay.
by all means.
Then you just brought up, I mean, I had no clue that one of the goals was to open up the library again going into the next school year. That is exactly what I would love to see in this, is that if that is a goal of the school to achieve that, then just we're going to open it. This is the action items to get it done. This is what's needed.
Right.
If that actually could be in here too, that would be great.
But some of that has happened since. This was done on June 6th. Many things have happened between June 6th and now.
Okay.
All right, so probably what needs to be done is for me to go back and update this a bit, and then
That would be terrific, and being able to
make
share
it
it back
more
with the committee.
where we actually are than where we were.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The one other thing is, I saw, you talked a lot about professional development that's going to be needed to achieve some of the goals that you have, especially in increasing AYP, and maybe consider pulling that out, because I saw that there were 2 action items around professional development, but whenever it's about doing professional development with teachers, I'd love to see exactly what are you looking at, what kind of courses, as well as what type of participation that you'd like to see. So pulling out those aspects and putting more detail around that. So I think generally just updating it to reflect all the things that have happened since this was put together, and then making sure that it across the board measurement is reflected in action items and things like that.
Will do.
All right, great. Thank you.
All set? Anything, Doctor? Thank you, Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you.
Enjoy your summer.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Palladino, you have the floor.
See you in the boatyard.
He has that 700-foot yacht.
Mr. Chair, while Mr. Palladino is getting set up, can I just ask a question of the superintendent?
Yep, absolutely.
Because these are, they could be, in some aspects, moving targets, meaning that either additional funding comes in. Can you discuss or can we look at how this committee would be able to review any updates? What I wouldn't want to see is that we're being presented here, and then all of a sudden we see a completely different plan or the same plan but not updated with all of the amazing things that are going on. Instead, they're just communicated verbally. Can we figure out some way of if there are significant updates to the plan that either they're shared with this committee just as an FYI that we can review it, or I think the committee would moan right now if I'm going to ask for a whole nother round for people to present these, but some way I would like for the school improvement plans as they're updated to be shared with this committee so we can comment on them.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because I think there's been a lot of comments through the first round of presentations that when they walk away, I don't know what's being done with all those comments.
Everyone's plan is going downhill.
It's because the projector needs a lift.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's right, Jim.
No wonder my neck is hurting.
I don't want it to reflect the school improvement plans going downhill.
Try and raise it up, Chairman Thomas, see what we can do here.
There you go.
I'm not sure if that's any better, but I think that's the best we're gonna get.
That's fine.
Okay, I guess I'll stand over here where I'll sit over here where Howard was. Thanks for having us here tonight. I do want to recognize, I have my assistant principal, Debbie Freitas, here, and our department head for guidance, Stephen Goldman. I also want to make sure you understand this is a group effort of our school council, our advisory group, and our department heads. So, get started. This is just an overview of what was sent to you electronically. And what I'm going to do is I'm going through the goals from last year just to give you an update. These are from my predecessor, but they are also tweaked to fit our needs. And I know we readjusted this in the fall to fit some of the needs. As you remember, we came in front of you asking for the portfolio to be a requirement for all seniors, for all students first and foremost, and then for all seniors as part of their graduation requirement. And we feel that already we're seeing an increase in the quality of every student's portfolio. Several of the teachers were involved in it for many years, and we're excited about the quality that we're seeing. Before, the seniors, as part of the ELA exit process, had to do an ELA exit interview, and now it's across the curriculum. They have to have pieces of work and a reflection sheet from every content area. And you'll be involved in that next year, Jessica. We also felt that it would having every subject area represented in the portfolio would help to increase the student learning. And as I mentioned to you before, we have a third of our students on EPPs, which means that out of those one-third, they scored needs improvement in one or both either math or ELA. So these kids are not pre-identified as students that have to defend the portfolio for those content areas. These are students that are in with all the seniors, and there's no way to differentiate. The exciting side effect, if you will, that we saw was there was an improved educational atmosphere during senior finals. Most of the underclassmen didn't even know what was going on. Normally when we have senior finals, it disrupts the other three classes because we have to give them a little longer periods to do their final exams. We have teachers that can be double booked because of the rotation, and it does create some chaos. What we were able to do this year was we were able to utilize the cafeteria in the mornings and have 2 to 3 staff members work the final exam process, and this would have been for students with less than an 80% average. So we definitely decreased the disruptions, and the final exams, the final exit interviews, took place in small offices at prearranged times, and the students would come in and do that interview. And then as we talked about when we received approval, if the student had an 80 or above, they could opt out of final exams. And to put that in numbers...
That's just seniors, is that correct?
Seniors, correct. To put that in numbers, because I helped out in the cafeteria getting things set up just to make sure that we could streamline the process, and it was very streamlined. There was approximately 2 dozen kids each period that had to take their final exam. So we graduated a class of 167. So obviously that's a pretty high number. I believe we're close to 90%. The portfolio requirement, as we... I think I went the wrong way here. Let's try that again. Okay, we also talked about, we established an advisory committee through monthly meetings, and we conducted these monthly meetings to establish a curriculum for our advisory period. This was the period that took place for the home room, and as one of the side effects that we saw, and we just got the numbers a little bit later than this was released, but we were able to decrease our tardies by almost a third. Okay, so that's a huge number for us. We had a lot of students that would come in late because the homeroom period was 5 minutes in the morning, and then the morning show was right after that. So we feel like we increased the relevance of that 7:40 start time. We gave every student an advisory. It lasted 20 minutes. It was right in the middle of the day from 10:28 to 10:48. We initiated that for September, the first day of school, and we hope to. The plan is with the new schedule to continue that advisory. And as we talked about in the beginning of the year, we want 3 adults to have constant contact with every child in Wareham High School. I believe Mr. Sweat one time said an IEP for every student. Well, this is a person responsible for this student. There are 3 people. We've got the advisor, we've got the dean who stays with the class, and we've got the guidance counselor that stays with the class. Let's try it again. The advisors work individually with each student. We had a rate of 98% of our students and parents access PowerSchool. A lot of that is done through this advisory period. It's an opportunity for those kids to go online and see where they stand. And it's also, some of that obviously is done at home with the parents as well. The advisors monitor the student's performance. They give encouragement. As I talked about, there's a curriculum that goes on that they follow. It's relevant to what's going on in the teenager's life, what's going on in the school, and what's going on in the world. And we have a committee that works on that curriculum, and we're going to continue to do that and continue to have the advisors involved with the students. A big piece of my first year and a big piece to Debbie's life and Chris Mars' life is the NEAS process. And in the middle of October, we'll have our site visit. And I know Jan's excited that she can actually start setting up some professional development for us, because the NEAS process has taken all of the professional development time, a lot of our after-school meeting times, and basically just to give you an update of where we're at, all standards are complete and approved by the staff, and that's quite a hurdle to get everyone on board with that. the evidence. We have gained the evidence, and now it's just a matter of making sure the evidence is organized to support all the standards. And the report will be complete and the evidence collected and organized. We have the needs and strengths for each standard reviewed and edited, and it represents the school as a whole. The staff voted to accept the strengths and needs report in June unanimously, and now we're preparing copies for the visiting team for October. One of the areas that we definitely need to work on, we didn't meet every part of the school improvement plan, and this is one that I believe with the new schedule, as I was excited when Dr. Sylvia said opportunities. I think maybe this could tie into the school to career, or maybe it won't tie in, but we're always, as you know, we're always looking for electives. But we want to increase the relevance of school to career, and I think that relevance that Dr. Sylvia mentioned, you've got someone who's excited about getting involved in education, or maybe they think they're getting excited, and before they spend all that money going in that track, give them a taste of it. And that's the idea of the school to career. And then the education is one area. We're looking at a lot of professional sites. Part of the driving force to restructuring the schedule was to increase the relevance of our school to career, making the curriculum more relevant. We have made some changes in the assignments of who's going to be responsible for school to career, and we've also made a change in the schedule where the school to career will meet in the afternoon. As I mentioned to you before, 7:40 the bus will pull up for these kids, and you know the type of businesses that are open at 7:40. There aren't too many professional businesses other than schools that are open at that point in time. So we're excited about those opportunities. We did not meet our target or our timeline, quite frankly, but I'm very confident that with the time frame and the new schedule, we'll be able to do that for next year. Initiate the math and science campaign for no failures. When we talked about collaboration, a formal collaboration, it was very tough to make that happen, and we're looking to increase the in-house professional development, spending more time with departmental meetings and trainings, and dissecting the issues compared to the time that we had this year with NEASC, which was nil. But as I said, the middle of October we'll be done with NEASC. From a professional development, we did, for curriculum purposes, we added for the first time, the first Wednesday of every month was specifically departmental curriculum time, not necessarily collaboration, but curriculum time. And we did this, like I said, the first Wednesday of every month. We're hoping to improve the students' performance. I know we just got some embargoed numbers, and we'll probably be talking about those, I would assume, in the fall or maybe even in August. And we're going to continue with these Wednesday meetings moving forward. It was a great opportunity for us to have extra departmental time. We also look to utilize the professionals from within. As you're aware, we had a pilot program for our department chairs to perform not only the observation duties, which they have done in the past, but to perform the evaluation duties, which they hadn't done in the past. So they're making judgments there. It increased the opportunity for what we call rounds, which is basically spending a handful of minutes in a classroom and getting familiar with what's going on. It's a little bit more informal than the observation process, and it's a good barometer to know what's going on in your department. And most of the people took this very seriously and were very diligent with it, and we're excited to have that continue on for another year. And there's been a lot of professional development training with Jan in the curriculum office, and I think as we get through the next year, we'll have everyone trained up to the level they need to be trained, and there'll be some good conversations when we have the department meetings in regards to evaluation and observations. We were looking to improve student performance. We came to you, it was actually a year ago, I was just thinking of that, we came to you with the idea for the 4-dean system. And again, I talked about they stay with the students. We did see through the staff survey, we did see there was great improvement on the staff morale, specifically as it related to dealing with discipline, dealing with in a timely manner. Some of the comments were they're very good at getting back to me with an issue. So we were able to crush the smaller issue. We didn't see we stayed pretty much the same with discipline issues, but my feeling is since we had 4 new people in this position, My feeling is, with another year of experience, I think we'll see even a greater decrease in student discipline issues. We did see a large percentage of utilization of our in-school suspension room versus out-of-school suspension, so that's something heading in the right direction. But I really feel with a full year under their belt, the experience they gain this year is going to be huge for them. We also wanted students to be held accountable for their actions and behavior. We did see the smaller issues being dealt with, a decrease in referrals. It was very small, but there was a decrease. And we're going to continue with the student with class assignments. Attendance issues, as we mentioned earlier, part of the time that we utilized for the advisory period, we took that time frame and moved it to the middle of the day, and that allowed for us to create this advisory period. We also, this year, we're going to tweak the passing time as well to try and maximize the time on learning and get well over 1,000 hours this year. So what we did see, as we said, a third less tardies, the deans tracking the attendance, the absences. One dean received his certification as an attendance officer. He was the person that, when time permitted, usually after school, would take the runs, knock on the door, leave his card, or talk to the folks and find out why we were having attendance issues. He was also the one that would go to court, monthly meetings to be kept abreast of situations outside of the school, and he was also the one that, if we needed to, we would file a CHINS, and then the CHINS is a child in need of service, and that can be filed on anyone who's under the age of 16 who is a habitual school offender or someone who fails to show on a regular basis from an attendance standpoint. So he was involved in that. We did see, with the kids that he did file a CHINS on, obviously mostly it was attendance-based. We did see a curve in the attendance on those kids specifically because there was another person involved in their life. So that was an update on where we were for the last 365 days. I think maybe this might be a good time to take some questions before we move on to what we want to do moving forward.
I'll start with Dr. Sylvia. Any questions, Doctor?
No, I just think that I think Principal Palladino and his staff got to be complimented in putting in some very bold moves. The dean system, Scott and I talked about that, and I think that's going to show great rewards. Just like anything else, when you put it in for the first year, it has its infancy and growing pains. There's only one thing that bothers me about the dean system, and I don't have any inside information on this, but there is a perception out there in the community that the deans are administrators.
Support staff.
Okay, so the point is, I think the deans have to maintain that level with the teachers. They're teachers to spend some of their day dealing with discipline problems, but they're not bosses.
Right.
And I think if that perception is out there, that maybe we have to do something about changing it. But
absolutely.
I just thought that I would pass that on to you because I kind of heard it the other day, that they had all these administrators when they're really not administrators. They're teachers who spend part of their day with one particular class, disciplining them. Because with the fiscal situation as it is in town, we don't want anyone having the perception that we've got administrations falling all over themselves over at the high school. Those deans teach classes, and they spend part of their day, most of the unassigned time, dealing with kid issues. So I think we should be very, very proud to have them, because I know they give up an awful lot of their prep time and correcting time to do that. So I look forward for great things on the deans. The other thing that I think that is a positive, and I know everyone is working real hard, but we talked about the middle school, we talked about the math scores and the English scores, and we got to get better and so forth. And I'm of the belief that sometimes our middle school scores, just like other middle school scores, are a little bit below the high school because they are middle schoolers, and middle schoolers walk and talk to a beat of a different drummer. But at the high school level, I mean, we still have to look at this, and you didn't have this when you put this together, but grade 10, 75% of our kids in grade 10 are proficient or advanced in English and language arts. 75%. you know, and I just think that that should be pointed out. And, you know, and I think that that's a tribute to not only administration, but obviously the teachers and the kids themselves.
Right.
Mathematics, 61% of the kids in mathematics are proficient or advanced at Wareham High School. So, I'm not saying we should sit back and be happy with that, because we've got some kids in the warning and failing and needs improvement. But the point is, the vast majority of our kids are proficient or better. I think that that's just something that's got to be pointed out.
We appreciate that. I mean, that's a true testament to our staff, obviously. We're there to provide the support, but ultimately it's what goes on in the classroom, and we've got some great department heads as well. And hopefully with today's plan, you'll agree we're going to continue to make some strides. I don't think there's anyone more competitive than me, and I want to get them as high as possible.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Rhonda?
Just a couple things.
Yes.
The extracurricular activities that you have listed,
Yes.
And the participation, there's a lot of low numbers on there. Is that due to just that's what they're looking for in that club, meaning that club size, or and just the reason why I'm asking is that how are extracurricular activities reviewed each year to see if they should be offered the following year?
They have to
Who's
have
part of that process?
Sure. I'm sorry. They have to have a minimum number of students, and I believe that number is 6. 5? My
Yeah, 'cause
secretary,
there's a
she
couple
does the
that are
report.
5 on here.
5, okay. So they have to maintain 5. Now, the only program that makes cuts, okay, is the boys' basketball program. So any activity that's listed there, whether it be a club or any type of interscholastic, everyone is welcome. I think there's many factors that contribute to why kids are involved or are not involved, and I could sit here for an hour and tell you about them. Long story short, when I started here 18 years, almost 19 years ago, the only place that would hire kids was Walmart. Now we've got, these kids can get a job almost anywhere in the sun. Walmart and Waterwiz were the two only employees, and Waterwiz was obviously only in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
Now these kids can get a job anywhere. So there's more opportunities for them for those jobs. There's more distractions. There's more things. These kids have a lot of responsibilities. I've got a lot of kids that can't stay after for extra help because of the responsibilities they have at home as well. So there's many factors, but we are excited about moving forward and trying to increase the enrollment in these different clubs and activities and athletics, and because I think that a well-rounded student is going to be very successful moving forward. So I encourage the students. As a matter of fact, we had the 8th grade orientation just a week ago, and we had representations from almost every club that we offer in every fall sport. And part of the speech from Debbie, from myself, from Stephen, it was all about getting involved. And as a matter of fact, Stephen, as part of the presentation, showed the kids transcript. And he created this transcript, and basically he mirrored our #1 student and what she was involved in. Obviously he created it on his own, and then he took a student that was not a #1 student and what they were involved in, and the second page of the transcript has all those extracurricular activities. And it was, I think it was a great awakening for those kids to realize, wow, it's important for many different reasons to be involved. And I'm really hoping that with this new class, they seem like a great group of kids. Hopefully they'll get involved, and we'll continue to try and have the advisors and the coaches push the extra programs that we offer after school.
Thanks for that, and I think it's a good segue into the school career program. If you're basically saying that one of the reasons why that kids are struggling to participate in school activities is because of job requirements, or that they need to go out and get a job. I mean, is there a way to educate or somehow mesh those two of, the school to career program, getting a job that maybe goes along with the career, what you're looking for, that then allows you to still participate in extracurricular activities? So, basically having a way to pull the kids back in, so then they understand that we can help you with making money and getting a job and things like that, but you're still part of the school culture.
Right, and it's a constant battle, and a lot of the kids through the school to career utilize one of their side jobs. If they have a side job, that's part of the school to career program, but they can't be paid for the school during school hours. So it's something that I'm not sure if it solves that problem, so to speak, because they're still after school. And as trying to get a license now, they've got more hours they've got to do for driver's ed, the insurance. I mean, and that's a lot of these kids, they want that freedom, that license. So it's not unique to Wareham. As you'll see later on, we've got an athletic director who's coming in, and he's dealing with it at Plymouth South. It's something that every school in the conference is dealing with. Talking with Tina this year, there's barely any freshman programs because all the freshmen are being forced to play at the JV level because the kids at that age are disengaged.
Yeah. Well, and I do consider the school a community, and we heard from kids, that was a follow-up conversation to the Martin Luther King breakfast, where they basically said, and they were high school kids that mostly said, there's just, there's once I leave school, there's not a lot for me to do. And so how is there some way to take a look at how we can continue to keep them part of the community, which is their school, by engaging them in the things that they either have to do, which is work-related things, or extracurricular activities.
I'm all for it. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for extracurricular activities. This was a way for me to stay involved in those extracurricular activities, was to be a teacher, and I wouldn't be here today without those. So I'm a big fan of all the extracurricular activities. I don't think I'm at every event there is, and I love it. And I bring my kids, and we have a blast. And it's great to see the kids in a different atmosphere, to support them. Everyone has their little niche at our school. And it's fun, whether it be the band or the drama, or going to DECA, whatever it may be. We've got a great group of kids, and I'm definitely, though, I'm not settling for the activity, the number of students that are involved in these activities. We definitely need to increase it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Jessica, you got a follow-up?
I just wanted to point out that the Foreign Language Club, I didn't see it on the list, and they had 55 students this year who participated in that.
Whoa. 50.
Yeah,
I knew they had a lot, because I knew they had a table at the 8th grade orientation. I'll have my secretary check on
Because
that
I
tomorrow
helped
and find
Ms.
out.
Rosenfield type up the form.
I'll have to get
It's
back
in
to
this
you on-
plan.
Go get it, Jeff.
Did you
But
say you didn't see foreign language on there?
Yeah.
No, it is on there underneath
Okay, it's right
multicultural
here.
activities,
Foreign
but the
language
number of participants is 52.
Oh, well,
It's
I
who-
typed
it's
up
fi-
55.
I believe the number is based on how many finished the year. So that's
Okay.
how we evaluate that. So, okay, Christy, you're okay.
Poor Christy.
Rachel, anything?
Nothing, I'm all set, thank
Jeff?
Two areas of concern. One is I'm very happy to see your director of guidance here. I'd like to follow up on something we talked about a year ago, which is I am, and I'm sure the rest of the committee shares my concern about what happens to our graduates, and the follow-up to see if they actually graduate from those colleges that we see on the wall in the foyer of the high school. So I wondered how that process, that database was going in
Yes,
terms of putting it together.
if it pleases the committee, I think at the end he'd be prepared to speak on that, or if you'd rather us come back in August, it'd be totally up to you. But we are going to talk about that a bit, and I know you're stuck for time, but
I'll leave that up to my chairman to decide.
okay, if this time at the end we're prepared to make a statement on what's been going on. There's been a few things going on in the last few weeks that we're very excited about, and I think you'll be excited if we have a chance to talk about it today. Or
So we'll talk about it today at the end.
Great, thank you.
I'll save that for the end.
The second thing, you won't be surprised to know, I'd like to ask you about the evaluations that the department heads did.
Yes.
Not everybody in the committee may realize the significance that the trial period represented in terms of a different type of evaluation and the different levels of performance. Could you spend 30 seconds just briefly talking about what a summative evaluation looks like now as compared to what it used to look like?
Well, the summative evaluation itself, the tool is the same as it was previously. The difference is that we have department heads utilizing the summative evaluation with the 7 standards they're looking for.
But the judgments that they're being made are no longer binary. Is that correct?
Well, they didn't make judgments before.
Well, correct, but it's no longer satisfactory or unsatisfactory. There are now 4 levels. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct. There are still 3 levels. Proficient, in progress, and not met are the 3 levels.
I'd have to look at the tools.
I've spent a lot of time with them.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. That's not, obviously you're right because you were the one responsible for doing it. So putting that aside,
Yes.
so there are 3 levels.
I believe there's soon to be 4, though, at some
I was
point.
about to say, the state's gonna require 4, but
Right.
putting that aside.
Sure, sure,
So there were 3 levels.
correct.
What I would love to know, and I'll see this as a sort of a baseline, I'm not expecting to be impressed with the data, but I'd like a report that would tell me if there are, for example, 60 teachers, how many got the highest, the middle, and the lowest. Because one of the national criticisms of public education is that every teacher is perfect. And of course, we know that that's not the case. So I wondered how our department heads, obviously I want no names, no departments, just a summary report of exactly how our department heads rated the teachers within their departments.
I feel comfortable saying that department heads were tougher than any administrator. I'm talking combined here.
Right.
They were tougher with their evaluations than the last 5 years of administrators doing it.
I am thrilled to hear that, and if you could do a quick summary of that at your leisure,
Sure.
I would be thrilled to see it. But that's good news. Thank you.
And I think I don't want you to think they're going in and they're overbearing and they're out to get people.
No. That's the last thing I want.
They have, when you're looking at it for currency in a curriculum, you have a certified master teacher who is observing and evaluating them. So, and they're in there, I have several department heads that see every teacher every single day, so.
Which is exactly what Barry and I envisioned when we put this together.
Okay. I
Yes.
just wanna
Okay, I'm thrilled. That's
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff's thrilled, I'm thrilled. Continue.
Okay. So we're looking to improve, as I know Howard mentioned, 5% performance on the AYP. We're looking at specifically, we're looking at 3 content areas, and I'll talk about the science first. We're looking at the Intro to Physical World, which is even though I know the MCAS comes in listed as 10th grade test, it's actually 9th graders that we're testing in science. In the past, every person in the science department has taught one section of the Intro to Physical World. What we're doing through some help with Jan is we are getting 2 teachers some professional development. They're involved. We didn't have books for this class, so they're involved, and we have a committee evaluating a book for this class. So every student in this science class will have a book. So we have already met twice because today was the second day. And they excellent. I hope it was the book I wanted. I'll check with you on that. So they did meet twice. They met with reps today, this morning, for 3 different, I believe 3 different book companies. I know 2 were confirmed. And as Jan said, they selected a book. Part of the deal is we've got a good negotiator over there, and she negotiated that we have to have free internet access from the publisher, which is huge. It's just another supplementation. It's not only a supplementation for the teacher, but it's an opportunity for the kids to do assignments after school in the classroom. So that's all going on in the summer. Again, we want to see that the 5% increase, and we're excited about the science MCAS results for the next school year. We also, as I mentioned, the 2 teachers, we're also relocating the classroom. I think it's very important that because of this new schedule, as I'll talk about in a few minutes, one of the areas we're looking to have is that common planning time. And I feel that if these 2 teachers are geographically close to each other, share a lab, they can have all that time to collaborate. So we're excited about putting them side by side. In the past, as I mentioned, everyone's kind of spread out, and I don't think that allows for people to collaborate. And quite frankly, I don't think people are excited to be teaching one class that everyone has to teach. You're excited about teaching an area that you're passionate about, and we have 2 passionate people that are excited to be involved in this. So we also wanted to enhance the math skills for 9th and 10th grade students with gaps. As Dr. Sylvia said, we're doing some good things, but we're not going to rest on our laurels here. We want to create, when 10 years ago, before all this budget crisis was going, we had these core math classes, and they were just a little extra help for these young folks that had some deficiencies. We're trying to reestablish that foundation that they're missing. We've got kids that come in through different points and times of the year. This is going to be an opportunity with this new schedule to identify these kids ahead of time. And I want to just let you know, we have this program at the 11th grade. My English teacher who runs this class has every kid passing the MCAS that has taken that class. So that they're batting 1,000 here, to give you a sports analogy. Ms. Freitas appreciates those. Math, we're about 700. We get 7 out of 10 kids that are in the class to pass, and that's where we're at. So we have a proven program in the 11th grade, but the problem is we're reactive and we're not proactive. And I want to be proactive, starting with the freshman class, and also working with the freshmen that are going to be sophomores next year, to identify these kids and work on these deficiencies. Now, we may not be able to get them to 240 to passing, but we may be able to get them from a failing of a 216 to maybe a 230, which is needs improvement, which is getting them there. And I think that's the biggest bang for our buck at this point in time. And again, these classes are not being created, they're just being recreated. Same thing in ELA. The good news is that we are batting 1,000, so there's not really the need for that 11th, 12th ELA core class. So we're bringing that back down and focusing on the 9th and 10th grade students. And again, just trying to be proactive, and hopefully identify these kids early. Keep the class size very small. Hopefully offer some support in there beyond the teacher, and really try and target these kids to give them the foundation they need. And the nice thing is, and I know Dr. Sylvia, I think it was you that said to Howard, are they in math for 90 minutes? Well, with the schedule, they'll be in math every day. They'll be in English every day. So it's not like the first 2 hours you're sitting in a math class. They're going to have some time to have some other courses and other content areas and some electives as well. So that's the beauty of the 8-period schedule. And I think that's a good segue. We'll talk about that a little bit. Basically, as we went to you in the spring, as you remember, there's 4 periods each day, 83 minutes for each period, 2 periods in the morning, the advisory period in the middle, 2 periods in the afternoon. And that is really helpful for us because we need to implement the Mass Core requirements, which means these students are going to need more classes, which we needed more spots to put those classes, and we're excited about that. Our goal is to allow our students when they graduate to compete from a transcript standpoint. We've got a neighboring town that has students coming out with 140, 150 equivalent credits to what our Carnegie units are. And we're getting kids out with 115, so it's an inferior transcript. So we're hoping to increase our offerings by 5%. Now, this isn't a budgetary issue. This is the teachers hopefully agreeing to go from teaching 5 to teaching 6 in their teaching load. So we're hoping to increase our offerings by 5%, going from 7 to 8. We're also, and how we're going to evaluate that is compared to this year, the number of offerings we had as compared to next school year. And so I'm fairly confident that we can get that 5%, and hopefully everything goes through with that. We also want to increase our elective offerings because we're going to that 8-period schedule. So a lot of your upperclassmen, because their requirements are less, because a lot of the requirements are front-loaded for freshmen and sophomores, they have more opportunities for electives. And hopefully, it's opportunities for them to be excited about a course, whether it be business, whether it be technology, for them to get involved in those extra areas. Maybe it's the arts. We've got kids that are involved in the technology in the wood shop. So hopefully it gives them an opportunity to have more electives. There was a period, number 5 this year, where we only had 3 electives that 5th period. Okay, and that doesn't help you out with scheduling, and what it does is it loads students up for the study halls, which we will not have next year with this 8-period schedule. We also want to, as we talked about, increase the school to career offerings by 25%, and these are the professional offerings. I think the schedule will allow us to do that, and obviously we'll base that on the number of students that had what we would call professional locations or opportunities as compared to the next school year, how many professional opportunities we had. So we're excited, as I mentioned, about the afternoon time for that. I'm excited to say that at this point we have every one of our AP teachers in the process of being enrolled, but the paperwork is in. And I do have to say, this is a true testament to their professionalism. These people are giving up a week in the summer to get in a car and travel most of them are going to Fitchburg. And we've got one of them who's going to do it in California on a family vacation. So we have a very dedicated group of AP teachers, and they are basically allowing us to utilize 1 week of their summer vacation with no compensation to be the professionals that we need and to hopefully improve their instruction as well. So we're very excited about that. That was something I definitely got from you folks in the fall that you felt was a priority, and we carried that over, and obviously we had some help from the curriculum office as well, but we're excited about those opportunities, and they're all in the content areas that they're teaching. We want to create more of a partnership with the community. Part of the goal of the portfolio process was to at some point have a community service component. The students get a lot from this community. They get a great education, they get a great foundation for their future, and we feel they should give back. So what we want to do is we're going to establish a committee to discuss this as a requirement. Eventually, hopefully in the fall, or maybe even in the late summer, we would like to be in front of you, to go in front of you with this established plan and seek approval as part of their graduation requirement. And we're not talking thousands of hours, but we want this to make an impact on their senior year, and also an impact on, we've got some great kids. We want to get that message out there. Unfortunately, our kids don't get the press that they really deserve, and there's many reasons for that. So we're hoping to present that to you folks for approval. The goal is, in the summertime and in the early fall, is to network with the community to establish these opportunities for the students. Some of them they'll establish on their own as well, but we want to have some in hand for some of the kids that may have trouble establishing these partnerships. And this will be a big part of their portfolio process as well. Another piece to the schedule, another one of the driving forces, is we only had one student this year that was able to be dually enrolled, and she was a great kid. And I really didn't get to know her like I should have, because she was never in the building. But Dr. Rabinovich and I had lunch with her one day. She was a top 5 student. She came back for a few things, but she had to be fully enrolled at Bridgewater State. She did very well. But she didn't have that connection with the school. There wasn't that social connection. There wasn't that I'm still a teenager connection. She was an adult at the age of 17 and then 18. So what we want to do is allow for students to still be engaged in the school, whether it be in the morning or in the afternoon, but also for them to have the opportunity to take college courses. Now, I know Jessica, I believe, is looking into it and maybe getting involved. The way I look at it is, if someone like Jessica can do this, if she can just do it for her senior year and take, maybe 4 courses in her senior year, that's basically a semester that she doesn't have to go to school. And I know the schools she's looking at $40,000 and $50,000. One semester is a $20,000 to $25,000 savings for her. That's huge. Now you get some juniors that are going to be involved their junior year. I've got 2 young ladies in my advisory group, and Ms. Freitas' advisory group, who Ms. Freitas has guided with the guidance counselor, that they're going to be involved in taking courses all year long for their junior year. Now, there's a process that they have to go through. We have to make sure they have GPA, and there's a whole list of requirements. We don't want to set any kid up for failure. But this is a great opportunity. I'm saying I want to get 10 kids involved this year. I hope I come back to report to you there's more than 10. There are a lot of issues in regards to transportation. The student has to be able to transport him or herself there. But we do have 3 options for the kids. They can go to Cape Cod Community College. They can go to, actually more than 3. They can go to Bridgewater State College. Massasoit is now in Middleborough. And BCC has an office in New Bedford that many of our kids are going to be involved in. So there's tremendous opportunities. And BCC has a grant that will allow the kids to take 2 classes per semester for free. So all those kids, if they choose BCC, and most of the kids have, obviously, if they stay with that, all they have to pay for is their books and whatever it's going to cost them to transport themselves there. So it's an exciting opportunity. And I'm setting the bar at 10, but I'm hoping we can get 20 kids involved. I hope that's the case, but I'll keep you posted on that as well. Part of I think improving the learning is you have to have a great classroom climate. And I don't just mean, the way it's decorated. It has to be temperature appropriate. And what has happened in our school, when the school was built, school's coming up on 20 years old, by the way. September will be 20 years old. We're planning a big celebration. We'll talk about that in August. But it's coming up on 20 years old, and there's a lot of things structurally that are failing. As we found out, when things are put in and they're bid out, the window company is no longer in business. And for years, we haven't been able to get these windows fixed. We had 79 windows that didn't open. I'm happy to report to you, when school starts in September, every window in the building will open. Now the problem is I got to find the screens, but that's a whole other issue. But we are going to have better classroom climate. These were a safety issue. If you had an opportunity to open them, you had to put a book underneath them if you could get them open. And if someone ever had their hands under there, we'd have some liability issues. So we're excited about this. It's going to create a better environment, specifically in September and June, when the classrooms on the second floor can get pretty hot. So we're excited that that's going to be happening. So that's an improvement on the physical plant itself. We're also looking to improve the air quality. In the early 90s, the decor was carpet in the schools, and I'm happy to say that when the kids come in September, there'll be 2 areas that have carpet and 2 areas only, and that's by design and by request. The auditorium and the band room will be the only 2 areas in the building that have carpet. Everything else will have tile, similar to what your feet are on right now up on the stage. And so that's been a process that we've been working on for about 7 years. It's the final leg is happening now as we speak. One of the issues that we've had for many years, and Dr. Sylvia, you were there, when I walked into the school, we were called the Lighthouse School. Wareham High School was a lighthouse school. We had the most current technology. We had visitors daily coming down to look at our building, look at our technology. I mean, just having a phone in the classroom was better than the old push-button PA system. The problem is, we haven't been able to financially recycle, if you will, computers in. We've purchased computers and done so diligently, but what's happening is we'll purchase them and we'll put new computers in a computer lab and take out the old computers and reposition them. What we need to do is get on a 5-year, 7-year plan where we're recycling these. I'm getting computers donated from the military, thank you for approving it, by the way, a few weeks ago. They're getting rid of that 3 years old. That's obsolete to them. That's brand new to me. All right, and we're excited about just having those. So our plan is to try and have a 7-year plan where we're replacing 50 computers every year. That's our goal. Obviously, I'll be back to tell you if we met that or not. But that's what we need to do to give our kids the technology that they need. So we're excited about trying to do that and improve that technology. And again, what we have to do is recycle. So we bring 50 in, we have to bring 50 out. I think that we have, at this point, enough computers inside the classrooms and inside the computer rooms. We just need to get the new technology in there.
Ask the military to borrow, you want to borrow their printing press that makes money.
Okay, I'll work on it. We do have a JROTC program, so we'll see what they can do. I was at a dinner with J.T. McGeady, and we were laughing about the televisions. We do have a great morning announcement show that's done during advisory. It's on the tail end of our advisory. Student-driven, it's a great program. And we were talking about the televisions. They don't make the televisions that fit into our holders that are ceiling mounted. And so now everything's flat screen, as you know. So what we want to try and do, and we've started already this year, is to have the LCD projectors ceiling mounted in the classrooms that will allow for them to utilize that for the TV show, but more importantly, it will allow for the teacher's computer station to be tied into that LCD projector to project onto, as some people like to do, they project it onto a flat wall. A lot of people will utilize the pull-down screen for that aspect. But we want to have 25% of the classrooms equipped with this. We're on our way. We started this past year with LCD projectors. We have some teachers that are taking a grant program where we just received 2 LCD projectors for the course they just completed. And we also have some Makepeace grants that have purchased some LCD projectors as well. So we're excited about getting this going, and hopefully in 5 years, every classroom will have an LCD projector. So that when you have the school committee meeting at the high school someday, we can go right in the classroom and have this all set up. So we're excited about that. And I'll be glad to take questions.
Rachel, any questions? Yeah, I'm going to start with you because You're first in the alphabet.
I do love the government program, because I know the 3 years I was in that government
Oh,
office,
right.
I had 2 computers in a 3-year span, so.
I'll have to call Chip and find out if
They do love to
he's-
get rid of
All
things,
right.
and it's great if you can.
I'll call Chip. I didn't
You've
realize
got
that you guys had.
He's moved, but I got his number, so.
I know where he
I'll
lives.
let you, all right. Oh, that's right, you can walk to him. Yeah, it's great when you can utilize that, because they get rid of things for really no apparent reason, so obviously their printing press is really good.
Well, my hands are always out when they call.
It's a great thing, it's a great thing to grab stuff. I don't really have any questions, I think it's really, I had a moment this morning that kind of made me chuckle. You know, you kind of go through your kids' education, and after so many years, you know, they get up, they go to school, and you just love that they get up and go to school.
Yes.
But we were walking this morning with my daughter, and we're walking along, and she just starts laughing. And I have no idea what she's laughing about. I pull her aside, I'm like, 'cause there's people everywhere. I'm like, what are you doing? She says, I'm listening to that family, and they're cracking me up. And they were all speaking Spanish. And it was just funny to, like, you just kind of, it hits you, like, wow. She sat and listened to an entire family's conversation and knew exactly what they were saying. And you kind of miss out on, it's easy to miss what they're doing, and it's just fun to see them grow, and this year's been a really good year. We started out a little rough with one, but we're catching on, and now I've got 3 now,
Yes.
so, thank you for all your help, by the
No,
way.
my pleasure.
And, but it is, they've had a really great year,
Good.
there've been a lot of really cool opportunities, and they're already yip-yapping about, you know, programs and things that they want to be involved with next year. And I even have one that's already, she's going to be a sophomore, she's already talking about doing the college, trying to get the college in there. So she's already got that in her head.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, it is.
To think
It's
about
really
it,
good.
think about that. At that
Yeah.
age, to be thinking about that. And
Yeah, she's already thinking about it, and that's her goal, you know. So, yeah,
Great
it's
goal.
really great. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff?
AP.
Yes.
I was very happy to see the dedication of your AP teachers. I was lucky enough to, by purely an accidental happenstance, to have dinner with Sean Kinski, your valedictorian.
Great kid.
Great kid. Naturally, I had to pick her brain, and we talked education, not surprisingly.
Yes.
I had to pull out of her the fact that she actually got a 5 on her AP English last year, which is, I suppose, not surprising for a valedictorian. But we talked about AP courses.
Right.
I have bad news for you, and that is her opinion is that the seniors who are taking AP courses, generally speaking, don't care what they get on the AP test.
Still this year.
So, she did, by the way, love the incentives for getting a 4 and a 5. I guess if you got a 4 and a 5, you got some kind of gift certificate
Gift
or
card.
something.
Right.
Okay, she thought that was good and it probably helped. But what are you going to do to make these seniors care?
Well, you stole my thunder. The incentive plan was what because you're right. Seniors are already in college.
And I said to her, well, what about getting a number big enough so that you can get credit and save some money? And she said, yes, some kids actually care about that, but too many just don't.
I think the kid that may have a realization that the 4 and 5 may be very tough to attain may be the kid that you're describing. And my hope is that through that incentive program, and we're really just talking about the seniors here, and I think she's very accurate in her representation of the general population of seniors that are already enrolled in college and they feel maybe that 4 and 5 is not attainable. So I'm just going to go through the process. There is a percentage of kids that fall into that category, but I'm hoping with the incentive plan, they'll push themselves a little harder and maybe get that 4 when maybe they were going to settle for the 1 or the 2. I'll be glad to come back in the fall and let you know if I fell flat on my face or if the incentive program worked.
You're going to describe it to us?
Sure. The incentive program, basically, we joined forces with Best Buy, and what we're going to be doing is if the student receives a 4 or a 5, they will get a monetary amount. Obviously, the 5 will be a little bit more towards a gift card for them to use at their discretion. Hopefully, the idea with Best Buy is it would be a good segue for them getting some of the items they may need for college. All those kids are obviously going on to college. So that was the plan. We'll get the results back in July. Although I don't judge on 1 year, but I certainly anticipate we'll see some increases based on that incentive for this year.
She had good things to say.
Good. I'm sure she'll be getting some.
No, I mean, she had good things to say about Wareham High School.
Oh, good. She's a great kid.
Yeah.
Great family.
All said. Thank you.
Dr. Sylvia?
Yeah, just one thing on the alignment, the goal is to align the Wareham High School course offerings with the Mass Core requirements. You know, and I know you got that in there as a SMART goal, but let's face it, you gotta do it anyways.
Right. We have to do it for the class 2014.
Right.
But I want to be ahead of the game.
All right. The other thing is you did not put in your action plan for AP, you're considering doubling the seat time.
Right. I didn't want to get ahead of myself because I believe I'm on the agenda for the next meeting
Right.
to talk
And
about that.
I just want to tell you right now, I'm going to try to talk you out of that. I just don't, even though I had it down a sandwich, and because
Okay.
I was on a 4x4 semesterized.
Right, a little different.
A little different.
Right.
Right now, where you've got a full year, delivery system at your school next year, all right? I would contend that it's probably not the best way to go, and I'll give you probably 6 reasons why I feel that way. So I hope that that's I hope
you'll
that's
come
not
by and
cast.
see me so we can talk in July.
I hope that that's not cast in stone, because I
Nothing.
really feel strongly about it.
It is not 100% cast in stone, but
Good.
we do need to, just if I can just mention, we do need to get the hours up, and we have, with this new schedule, we've decreased a few hours as well. So just to compare with some of the schools in the area, I need to be on par, so I'd be glad to pick your brain.
But our AP kids have got to be on par with those schools in the area, and most of those schools in the area are doing AP on a traditional basis. So
Some have power blocks that add a little bit more time, but we'll.
Right. But we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you know,
definitely looking
and the
forward to
basic philosophy that I have on that is, okay, I have a real problem giving our sharpest and our brightest double seat time. Okay, so we'll talk about that later.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Wanda?
Thanks, Mr. Palladino, for coming here today and
Well, thanks for having
presenting. The 5% goal that you have, increasing MCAS, feel comfortable, feel like you're going to do it? I feel like,
yeah.
and the only reason why I ask is that I feel like that maybe that there is maybe an established district goal, and what I would want to make sure is that on these plans, it's what the principal and the staff can stand behind, that 5% is what we're going to.
Yeah, I think we're going for the biggest bang for the buck, and we feel like if we can identify those kids early, we have a proven program, so to speak. I think we're going to be attacking the freshmen and sophomores and trying to give them the skills that they need, and at the same point in time, again, not burying them in a math or an English class for half the day.
Okay. And I think it's important across the board to, do a check-in, especially around this one, that if we feel anything along the lines that we're not going to meet the goals that are established on these school improvement plans, I think that it's better for this committee to be aware of that instead of the shock and awe at the, at the presentations that, we're shooting for 5 and we're only getting to a 2. We'll know that way before we get there.
Right.
Sounds like.
Excellent.
Okay. For the, on page 27, to increase opportunities by 25%, the school to partnership, I'm sorry, school to work.
Yeah.
We talked about this before. I didn't see it on the goals. I didn't know if it was something that you were exploring, is the partnership with the Voc School. We talked a little bit about if there is, because they probably have already established relationships with jobs that are out there, that if there is any talk about looking at partnering or collaborating with the Voc School to increase the number of opportunities that are available.
I'm not sure if I understand what
So we
you're saying.
talked about it before. So the Voc School has they do something similar, correct? Where they have school to work partnerships that they're learning the skill, but then the students go out and work.
Right.
So I didn't know if there was
Okay,
a
I
way
see
to
what you're saying.
collaborate with the vocational school, that if you're looking to increase by 25%, is there a way to maybe collaborate with the Voc School on some of the established partnerships that they have?
I'm not sure, because I know the students, usually their junior and senior year, they go on and get their hours as far as their apprenticeship. I mean, I'll be glad to look into it. I know Dr. Rabinovich is good friends with Kevin Farr.
If the difficulty is, Most of that goes with if they have a masonry shop that the children are out doing bricklaying and so forth, and it's to that where it's not with the same area that we would be working with. We do more of it with our DECA program and the marketing part of it, because that's the vocational part of the school that we have is marketing.
Because that's a Chapter 74 program.
That's correct.
That's the only Chapter 71, to my knowledge, it's the only Chapter 74 program in the district.
That is
that
correct.
Now. No.
Okay. The goal on the community service requirements,
Yes.
or establishing that, are you looking for 100% participation in that in the next school year, or are you looking, because I see that the goal is just to establish a committee, and I always have an issue with just a goal that's establishing a committee, and I know there's a little bit more, but what is the goal for next year when it comes to a requirement?
The goal, which we've been discussing more at department head level, is to have some type of a community service requirement. We already have, for a percentage of our kids, specifically the National Honor Society and the Junior Honor Society and the Code Club, there are community service requirements.
Yeah.
What we're looking to do is to create, similar to what a lot of high schools do, they call it sometimes a capstone project, to create a requirement for the seniors as part of their graduation, to tie it into the portfolios, to tie it into the exit interviews.
Right,
now,
but
as far as will 100%, I'm not sure if we'll be at 100%. That's the, eventually that's the goal. But we hope to be close to that.
I would love to be able to see more details around that, exactly what you're planning on doing
Sure.
this year, and why not throw a goal out there, that we're going to try to get 40% of the students, or even 20% or 10%,
Right.
just so then there is a goal for next year of how many kids would maybe participate in a community service activity.
Great.
And get credits for that. Hold on a second. When it comes to just the overall goal on better participation in the community, I didn't see anything around creating, increasing communication with parents or parent involvement. And I just think that should be a theme across all the schools, that there's always, because you can always improve on communication, you can always improve on getting parents more involved. So if there's any way to take a look at that and just say, what are we going to try to do this year around parent involvement and around communication with parents? Because I think that's a theme that we're hearing from parents in general, no matter what school that you're at, that they want better communication. So
Sure.
I think that every school should have goals around that. I know that we have an iPad pilot, and I know that it's moving and changing, but when every single school has decided on how they might be implementing an iPad pilot, and I think of it as the iPad pilot / going green, where we talked about in the room many times that some of your teachers are very passionate about doing more through online and having email used as a tool. I know that that's still being explored right now, but I would love to see that again. I know it's being worked out right now, but across the district, something around trying to get less paper and more using electronic communication with its email and stuff. And I need to say it every single time. I know that not everybody has access. I know, and that there will always be a need for the back and forth to happen through paper, but somehow each one of the schools thinking about how we are going to try to use more electronic communication in the elementary schools. We're talking about power schools. That's one thing that will be included in the school improvement plans for the elementary schools. The same thing, I think, should happen in the middle and the high.
Well, we've used Power School for years.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm just using it as an example that it's not being used today. There's no parent access in the elementary
Gotcha.
school.
Okay.
So as a goal of, you don't even have to call it going green, but using electronic communication, Power Schools is one way to do that. Can we look at, a type of goal that still achieves that same thing in the middle and the high school?
And I'm definitely on board, as you know, through the committee, that I'd love to see, a 5-year plan where the kids don't have to have 50 to 100 pounds of books in their backpack, and they're carrying a slim
Right.
probably an iPad 6 by then, but
Right.
definitely excited about that moving forward.
And feedback on papers, and I know that's being done with some teachers today, is done through redlining instead of
Right.
actual red marker on
Right.
there. Okay. The last thing is around some of the committees that you are establishing with the community service group and the duly enrolled students. Are there actual students on that committee, or you plan to have students on that committee, on those committees?
We always like to have student representation on all the committees, whether it be an interview committee or whether it be a curriculum committee. There's always the goal of having them there. Sometimes logistics don't allow, based on sometimes the meetings happen during the day, although we do, on occasion, as Jessica can attest, pull the students out of a class here and there. But we always try and incorporate that. As far as do we have logistics worked out, Debbie and myself, we're looking forward to. We have I think we have now a 3-page to-do list for the summer, and it's probably going to be about 5 by the end of June. But that's one of the things, is to set that up and figure out when we're going to meet and hopefully include students. We found that the mornings are very successful at getting the students and staff together without having a cost of having the kid come out of a classroom and lose that instruction.
Yeah. I just think with those two committees, especially having student representation on there, I think will go a long way.
Yeah, and even if for some reason it wasn't logistically possible, what I try and do with the leadership team is keep them involved in what's going on. If we can't have them at meetings, I say, okay, and they obviously, as you know, they give us valuable insight, and they show you a whole different side that sometimes things you don't even think about, but how it impacts a kid is totally different than how it impacts a group of adults.
Right, and that was going to be my follow-up question to Jessica, is if you feel like that you have an opportunity, or students feel like they have an opportunity to be part of pretty much almost every single process or decision-making process within the school, or do you think that there could be some improvements there?
I think
Is that through?
That's through the chair to Jessica.
Thank you.
I apologize.
I
Sit up on
think
that one.
some students don't know everything that you're doing, because honestly some students aren't just going to be involved in those types of things like I and some of the other students that we have in the high school. But I think, like, I know for the leadership meetings that we do, we have a wide range of students there. We have those from captains of football team to those in field hockey to those from student council to drama. So you do get a wide range of opinions, ideas coming from the student body.
Okay, great.
And they take the full block. We usually only have 5 or 6 agenda items, and the conversation, and it's all on task. The conversation, it's an awesome group of kids, and like I said, they bring some valuable insight. And although a lot of the kids, I'd say more than half have graduated, I'm looking forward to the new group coming in, and they tell you, they speak the truth.
And I heard you mention the school names. Was UMass Dartmouth on there? Because they do have a location in New Bedford now, right in downtown New Bedford. UMass Dartmouth has a building, classes.
Oh, okay. We'll have to find out about that. I'm not sure about that.
It's right near No Plum.
It's an option. I'm not sure if it's if they've come in and talked to our guidance department. I don't believe so, Stephen.
Yep.
But
I just want to
yeah,
they built something there about 5 years, no, probably about 5 or 6 years ago. They have a satellite
great
classrooms.
And that's in New Bedford, you said?
Yep, right in downtown New Bedford.
Great.
Thank you.
Good. Jessica.
I remember that when we were given the forms to come up with our schedules, you had offered AP Bio, AP Chem, and AP Environmental. What was the reason for dropping the AP Bio
Sure.
and not offering AP Chemistry when I know that many of my friends had signed up for it?
Right. The AP Bio simply had, even before we looked at doubling up the periods, there were only 3 kids that applied for that class. So that was obviously, we couldn't do that. What I'm trying to do, because of the size of our school, I'm trying to come up with a rotation where it's offered every other year. So your junior, senior, and it's established. In other words, the kids know this. If you're a junior and we're offering bio, you're going to want to take it that year because the next year may not be offered. So we're trying to come up with a rotation where we can offer as many courses as possible to give the kids as many opportunities to take AP courses. Specifically, we have a lot of kids that are interested in the science field, so to be able to offer those 3. What happened with the chemistry, quite frankly, is twofold. There were a few more kids signed up, But we did have to make a cut in the science department, so that was the teacher. And the second issue, to get that established, it was going to cost $15,000 in supplies to get us to the point where we could do the labs. So that was a enrollment issue, but I think I could have massaged that to the point where I could have gotten a number of kids in there, where when I did my AP reports, you weren't saying why were there only 5 kids in there. I think I could have bulked that up a little more. But between losing the teacher and having to spend a large percentage of my instructional supplies to get that off the ground, those are the two reasons why that was the decision was made.
Okay. And I just wanted to say that today I saw Allison Wade went to do our AccuPlacer test over at the Fall River campus
Oh,
for
great.
dual enrollment.
All right.
So
Great.
just wanted to put that out
That's
there.
one from my advisory. Now we got to find out about the second one. Oh, that's great. Well, I wish you good luck with that. That's an awesome opportunity.
Thanks, Scott. Nice job. I just had one question. First of all, I like the creating the core English down in grade 9 and 10. That's a step in the right direction. Offering more electives. I think the high school, from the first time I got on the committee to where it is today, I've seen a major improvement, and that starts from the top with you all through your staff. So I want to commend you on the job that you and your vice principal and everyone else is doing. You mentioned in math every day. Is that every day or every other day? Did I miss something
well,
there?
What I was saying was in reference to the core classes, the goal would be if the student was identified that they would have math every day versus going like, let's say, period 1 and 2. So basically all morning long it was math and then more math. What the goal would be is to put it, say it meets first period on one day, well then let's meet it that first period the next day. So the kid basically would have math every day. I would never want to put a kid, if we can help it, in a situation where they would in back-to-back math classes, or even 2 out of the 4 blocks were in a math class on a given day.
Okay. And the DECA students, are they the only students that are involved in the work program after school, or is that open?
The work?
Is DECA still doing that? I know we did that, Dr. Sylvia. Do you know?
When you say work, I'm
Work
not sure if
study,
I-
Work study
experience.
program.
Oh, the
Career-
OJT, like on-the-job
Yeah,
training?
yeah.
I don't believe it's just DECA that's earmarked for that. There are other students that are not involved in DECA that are involved in that. And certainly School to Career is wide open to anyone.
So that falls in the same line.
It just happens that it's usually one of the business teachers that's in charge of it. So I think maybe that might be where people feel it's involved, that it's involved with
I'd be
DECA.
interested in some feedback on how that's going next time you report out to us.
I'm excited. We're going to be working on the curriculum for that, and we've got some new instructors that are excited about doing it, and hopefully new placements we'll be working on over the summer, and yeah, I'll definitely be interested in keeping you posted.
Okay. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, may I ask one more question?
Oh, yes, you can.
Thank you very much. I know we talked about this before, so please refresh my memory. We had talked about offering online courses outside of the regular school day for different languages. Is that getting off the ground?
It's the hope that we'll have at least a few kids involved in that. We have a room identified. We're working with Jan on that, and actually it's funny when you said that, because we just corresponded via email about getting involved and looking at that. They have a successful program at the co-op, and we want to take a look at that. There's many different venues that are out there, class.com, E2020. We've got there's a bunch of them that are out there, and some that we've used in the past, but it's definitely something that we want to get involved in, because in going to this 8th period, we need more electives. And when I hear there's opportunities for electives, certainly my ears perk up. But definitely with the online learning, that's a huge opportunity for our kids to be involved, whether it be through virtual high school or E2020. Jan and I have some time together over the summer that we're going to be getting together with Debbie as well and trying to work on that. But not sure if it's going to be realistic for this school year, but it's definitely something that we want to get involved in.
If it is, can we add it to this? That would be great, what you guys are thinking. And I got a presentation from E2020 when I was at the Mass Association of School Committees, the one in Hyannis, and they're very, very enthusiastic about coming in and telling you all about their program. So
Yes.
it just seemed to me like they were let us know.
Bill Plasko says it's a great program. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to checking it out over the summer and
Okay.
getting it in place at some point in time. It just allows, as you can understand, tremendous flexibility from a guidance counselor standpoint.
Mhm.
And it also, I know Dr. Binovich was talking about adding different foreign languages. This is an opportunity for us to give those kids those experiences, and I don't have to find a teacher that can
Exactly.
be certified in Mandarin Chinese.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
I hope that we do see it on here.
I hope so.
Scott,
Thank you.
before, if we could take maybe 5 minutes here from your guidance.
Yes, thank you.
And then, because I want to get into the athletic report and
Yes.
the new AD. So just a brief overview.
Sure, if I can bring up Department Head Stephen Goldman. Stephen has been involved in working, getting this off the ground. I know it's something that has been needed. I'm definitely interested in getting the results. And we also have, actually just this week, we've been able to bring in some new technology as well that's going to help support it. But I don't want to steal his thunder, so I'm going to let him tell you about that, and I'll be sitting here if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Oh.
I got a very quick PowerPoint to show you about the software and where we're at with the 5-year follow-up.
So he was prepared for your question.
Good.
Once
Plant it.
Once again, I'm thrilled.
Unfortunately, the technology doesn't support the new technology.
Don't you just want to play the theme from Jeopardy or something?
Sorry for the delay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Technology. Now you got Barry. That's going to be in your head all night, you know that.
Okay, the name of the 5-year follow-up is in the presentation. The name of the computer software. Oh, you cut something off. The name of the computer software is called Naviance. I don't know if anybody has heard of it. It's used in a lot of high schools across the country. I'm familiar with it because the school I came from has been using it for about 6 years or so, and it's a comprehensive program that
Use the arrow up maybe on the computer. Scott broke it.
Nice
Gotta
going,
keep a new one,
Scott.
Scott.
Hey, I broke it.
Just use the down arrow.
Oh, you pulled it off, that's why. Pulled it up.
oh, there it is.
You pulled this thing out, that was the.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I can just use this. So anyways, we'll move along. Naviance. What is Naviance? Naviance is a computer software program designed to motivate and organize students around career and college planning. It promotes college and career readiness through increased collaboration, rigor, and transparency. It is a comprehensive online solution designed to achieve the desired outcomes while measuring progress against milestones. The 4 critical areas of planning for our students are success planning. That's something we would do with freshmen. We already have curriculum designed for each grade. This will fit nicely into it, and it will give them an actual place to store their information and keep going back. So by the time they're seniors and they're doing college search, they've already done a lot of this stuff, and they have all this stuff in one place. So the success planning goal is goal setting and developing an action plan. And with the counselor and the parent who will have access to this program. It's internet-based, so as long as they can get to the computer, they can put in a password and they can get to it. So with the proper monitoring by the counselor and the parent, they should be moving along year by year in this program. Sophomores, career planning. Learn more about themselves. We'll be able to link personality type and interest with career clusters. This is based on the Myers-Briggs type indicator, if you're familiar with that. There's 16 different personality types, and it's a short, probably about 20-minute questionnaire that they need to answer on the program, and it'll give them different areas once they're done with careers they might want to start to look at and consider based on their interests. The nice thing is they can take it one step further and click on the individual careers and see what they do, what these people do in a particular day. So if you're thinking, I'd say you might be highly interested in business, marketing, advertising, accounting, sales, a wide range of different things. Somebody might click on marketing and see that you have to be up in people's faces and making presentations, and that might not be a comfortable situation for them. They might be better off doing maybe advertising, where they're working more at desk, more individual, not as much one-on-one contact with people. It also has an opportunity for you to click on it and find colleges that offer that particular major with a link directly to each college. So that is, we don't want to encourage too much of the getting into the college stuff. We want to encourage sophomore year, the career piece of it, really starting to figure out what are your favorite classes, what do you like to do on the side, what are your interests, how do we match those things up. So by the time they hit the junior year, we can talk about elective course planning, or even maybe AP if they're at that point, to try to maximize the courses they have to take, they can take with what we have to offer. Dual enrollment fits in that. If we don't offer a program, they might be able to find something at the college level. The senior year, we would really transition, actually probably I would say junior year, second half of junior, we start transitioning into the college planning piece. The search on this is fantastic. There's probably around 4,000 schools in this program. They're adding more every day. You can actually plug in this criteria that I have listed here, SATs, GPA, your major, size, percent accepted. If it's important for you to play a sport or be involved in a club, how far from home, economically, what can you afford? You can plug all this information in, and it'll narrow down these 3,000, 4,000 schools into a manageable list of schools you should start looking at more closely, and maybe even start planning visits. There is a 5-year follow-up survey on this program that we can custom design for our students or our needs here, what we're looking for information. I do have a handout of the 5-year follow-up that we designed and we actually have posted on the website. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Move along. Benefits and savings. There's an email feature. We will be working with the students as we get them into the workshops, have them plug in or create if they don't have an email account. They're going to need it if they're applying to college anyways. And we're going to ask them to put parent information. We will work over the course of the year to get as much current information as we can from the parents, from the students, so we can improve in communication. You can send group mailings or individual emails through this program. So if you have one student, you need to catch up with something real quick, send them a quick email. My goal would be to develop a monthly newsletter for each class, and I can separate it out so the class of 2013 is the only one, and parents will be the ones that get this. You can even divide it by top of the class, bottom of the class. If there's information you might feel is relevant to specific areas of the class, you can divide it up that way too and send it out. There's a savings cost with this. We can go green and paperless. Eventually we can, once we get all the information in and learn how to use this function, send transcripts, letters of recommendation through this program. I think right now, there's about 1,000 schools in this program, and there's some of the more common ones our students would be applying to, that would that accept the electronic copies of that. So it's a huge cost in postage and in the paper also. This program allows us to do a lot of data collection and reports. So when we're updating our school profile, or if you need reports for graduation or for any type of end-of-the-year stuff, we can tell you how many students applied to this school or that school, how many got in, how many didn't. We can leave students' names out. So if you just want to have general information to find out where our people are going and how they're faring at different schools, are they getting in, are they being waitlisted, are they getting rejected, has the ability to do that. We can put our scholarship information and college scholarship applications on this program and keep the databases on those too. It has a resume writing program, and each year what I would do with my students, I would have them at the end of their freshman year, I'd get them in, I'd get them onto the computers and have them start putting in all the activities they did that freshman year so they don't forget what they did. And then every year, update that, so by the time they're seniors and they have to have an activity list for college, they don't have to think back 3 or 4 years and say, what was it I did when I was a freshman? It's all there. It's all part of the action plan. This can be tied into portfolios if we want to try to do that. And the nice thing is any of the work that the student does, if they're writing letters of recommendation, college essays, they can store any of that stuff. They're doing correspondence with colleges. They can store all that information in this program. And the nice thing is because it's internet-based, they don't have to be here at school to do it. They can do it from home or wherever they have time to do it. This is also where we would encourage students to get involved in clubs and activities and sports. As we're working on these things and the action plans and really the mindset of it's not just going to school, it's going to school for a purpose, because at the end we want to be going someplace else. We can talk about the well-rounded student, and colleges are looking for people that have different experiences and really try to work with them to get involved and give suggestions of some of the activities in school or even out of school that they might be interested in and benefit from. This will be a savings for us in guidance. We don't have to buy as many of the Barron's books and the resource books. All that information is right here on this program. And the College Search Program also has a scattergram on it. So over the course of several years, as we start getting all the student information and who got into what schools, when you click on the graph, they'll put a red circle, which represents that student who's looking at it based on their current GPA and their current either PSAT or SAT scores, or however old they are and they've taken which test they've taken. And on the scattergram, there'll be green boxes, which are acceptances, red X's, which are rejections, and blue diamonds, which are diamonds. So wherever that red circle is, you have a pretty good idea, is that a realistic school, a safety school, or a stretch school for you? And you're comparing yourself just against Wareham students over the past few years. So you see how much they take or don't take Wareham students. So that is a very, very brief overview of this program. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Steve. What I'd like to do is maybe have you back in September, when I can have you on the agenda and we have more time for questions.
Absolutely.
And we can get a little more in depth into it.
I wanted to actually ask that, so thank you.
Okay, so we'll coordinate to have you back maybe in our September meeting.
Okay. As far as the 5-year follow-up then, I'll give you a hard copy of what we have. I've been working with Terry DeFilippo. She has posted this on the district website.
Could I just ask you one question?
Yeah,
When
I'm
you're
sorry.
using the word 5-year, 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 is that 5 years after high school, or is that a 5th year?
5 years after high school.
Okay.
So this would be for the class of 2006.
Great.
Can we yell at him too?
You yelled at me. Through the
sorry.
chair.
I just
Okay.
didn't understand. Sorry.
I can leave if you guys aren't going to go through the chair.
I apologize.
You know,
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, on a scale of
Feel
1 to
it.
10 for contrition, he only made it to about 2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
How was that
Yes.
measured?
I would love, because I'm not sure we'll have her back, I would love to know our student representative's reaction to this.
She'll
No, I
be-
mean, she may not be our rep, that's what I mean.
Well, we'll have her as a guest with Stephen.
Okay, fair enough.
I personally myself have been doing this over the course of the past few years. I've been tracking myself, what I've been doing, what I need to do. So giving this to a student who normally wouldn't do this, I think is a great advantage to the general population as a whole.
Brevity is the soul of wit, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the, athletic report, Tina Clark.
This is just what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for your patience.
No problem. I would like to start by going over like the first couple of pages, which is kind of a big overview of the spendings for this year 10-11. As I had added this year, I had put some past year's expenditures, which I did not do last year because it was, I think, a request and stuff like that. It is broken down by fall, winter, spring, in some basic categories. Then further on in the report, it's broken down by sports. Starting with the top, going over the basic salaries. This year's expenditures and salaries was $144,679. It was down significantly from last year, but that was due to the fact that 16 out of 38 coaches, paid coaches, 16 out of 38 were on steps 1 or 2, and that's potentially a $1,500 swing, one way or the other, if all those coaches continue to move up. Football, for example, had lost 2 coaches that were on the top step as an assistant, gained 2 coaches as an assistant on the very first step, and there's only 3 steps in the coaching salary. So it was down significantly due to the fact that 16 out of 38 coaches were on step 1 and 2, and then there was a couple coaching positions we did not fill due to lack of sign-ups and enrollment stuff. Officials, very similar to last year. There was a few less games. If we were to count our total games that we pay for officials, I bet you there were about 30 or so less events that we didn't pay for officials. We did not run a JV ice hockey program, so that counts for some. In soccer, we eliminated 2 games for both teams, and in field hockey, we cut down on the numbers. Just an example. Plus, some of our freshman teams struggled to get games due to lack of other schools having full freshman programs, so that was another reason why there was about 30 less games that we participated in. Plus, like basketball team not going as far in the tournament made for less games and stuff. Game help is pretty similar to last year, and in game help I include things like custodial staff, police, ticket sales, anything on that idea. It was pretty similar to last year. We did have less home games in football and in basketball, so that's probably why that went that way. Supplies across the board was very similar. Transportation was a big decrease from last year, and that's to do to the fact that we did not outsource once this year. Our transportation company was able to provide us with all of our runs. And a couple of times they did call up, and we might have put a girls' team, a girls' soccer team, and a field hockey team on the same bus and dropped one off, and we did a little creative things like that. But I would attest transportation was mostly the fact that we did not outsource. It was all provided within house. Ice time was down, mostly due to the fact that we did not run a JV program. I'll go over that when we get to hockey. Our athletic trainer salary was the same, did not change anything, and others was roughly the same. When we come to revenue, we have some big differences. We probably was down about $10,000 in gate receipts from the previous year. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Friday night games, whether it be football or boys basketball, we really did not have any. For whatever reason, our master schedule in basketball, girls were always home on Friday night. When the boys were home on Friday night, it happened to be on long weekends and or during a time that one particular venue was, we had an in-service day on a Friday, and then Monday was a holiday, so I think a lot of people took off, and there wasn't a lot of families around because they looked at it as a 4-day weekend without kids having to be in school. And then obviously during the football season, there was a lot of game schedules due to EEE concerns, also weather concerns. So, and we have less home games too. So gate receipts were definitely down. And user fees was also down in the long run. Couple notes I have in regards to user fees. Definitely a 30% increase of waiver request forms. Last year was the first year we instituted the waiver request. The very first season in the fall, I had maybe 8%. This year I was almost up to 20% of waiver requests for the fall. So when you're talking the fall sport, when you have your most highest number of athletes, if that request goes up. Invalid request too. That would be one reason. Also, last year we only had 5 families on a family cap. This year we had 12 families on a family cap. And when you get 2 members and they're in like spring sports, it kind of multiplies actually even a little bit more. So our total revenue was down 66. We brought in 66,798. Last year we were in the 91,000 in regards to revenue. Any questions on that before we go into individual sports? Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was interested in about the middle school user fees and why there weren't any this year. I sort of remember the conversation, but I want to hear it to remind myself. Middle school user fees, I don't see any.
We didn't run any middle school sports this year, so they didn't come through my office, and it was all done during
Okay, so the
intramural.
intramurals went
Right.
into...
It goes into the same account, but
All right, but you didn't have
it's
the
a separate.
numbers.
It gets separated in that office.
Okay, so perhaps we can add that to this, just to see, what that number is.
But this is a end of the year report. Those numbers should have been included. I mean, this is, the report for me is hard to follow. I'd like to see, before you go any further,
Yep.
I'd like to see a comparison of 2009-10 and 2010-11 side by side. It should be broken down instead of flip-flopping back and forth. It makes it very difficult to follow. But I mean, the report, we didn't have one. We didn't have a report in the fall, and then I asked for this report by the close of business Monday, and it just dragged out. And then we get it today. At the end of school is out, and I need a reason as to why we don't have these numbers. Somebody has to have these numbers.
Which
I mean,
particular?
the middle school user fees or anything like that. NA is non-applicable. It is applicable.
Well, I assumed, and obviously probably wrongfully, but I don't take care of the DECUS or the minor intramural fees. And even though it goes into the same account, it's separated differently. So I assumed because we weren't running interscholastic, middle school was going to be done the same way as minor and DECUS. So that's why I did not include them, whereas year past I never included minor or DECUS intramural numbers either.
Okay.
This year, as you know, there was a new format for intramurals, and there was a person in charge of the middle school, so I would agree with Tina. I think that she did not have responsibility for that this year because that was done through an appointed intramural instructor, or intramural director, if you will, of the middle school.
All right, you can just go through your report, and then any questions at the end of the report, I'll start with every member.
Okay. Starting, I guess, with football. Comparison, we were down obviously in gate receipts, which I talked about due to Triple-E concerns and rescheduling of games. Also, we had 4 new coaches. We lost 2 very veteran coaches in regards to football. Our numbers were a little down, and we did have a kind of a higher rate than ever before in regards to students not finishing out the season of football. But I think that also is due to the schedule changes. You know, kids have lives where they thought they were doing this practice on Thursday, they had a game on Friday night, and then they were scheduled to work on Saturday, and then next thing you know, last minute, they have a game on Saturday, then practice schedules get messed up and stuff like that. So that became difficult on some of the students who were trying to juggle school and jobs and athletics. And I think that was a little parts of the reason why our numbers fell a little bit. We had the Thanksgiving Day game too, and having a record of 1-9 going into Thanksgiving does not promote a lot of Thanksgiving Day ticket sales. We did pre-sell the tickets down at Shirt Shack like we've had, and we pretty much sold the exact same amount as the past out, you know, pre-selling. Any questions in football?
No, just run
Go
through
on,
the-
okay, boys soccer. The boys soccer transportation is a little bit higher is comparatively to girls soccer, mostly because we have to provide a bus run to Deacon's for a practice facility. But also, we have to provide a game administrator at every boys soccer game. And without night games, it became difficult, but I was able to add the faculty manager, which this year was not coaching another sport during that season. I was able to assign him to be there most of the time, so that didn't add a cost where last year it did. Also, though, many times we only had one ref for JV boys soccer, and that figure is a little down, and it should be increased. It was just a problem with the assigning of the refs, and that's going to be addressed with a new commissioner for next year. Girls soccer numbers were pretty high, although they did lose a lot of seniors, but it's very similar to boys soccer in regards to the expenses and stuff. Nothing really changed. Going on to volleyball, we had 2 first-year coaches with volleyball and only 2 seniors on the team, so I expect most of those people will be returning. There is a freshman record. It's one of those sports that we do not pay a coach, we do not pay for freshman refs, we do not pay separate for transportation. It's because it's like a net sport. We basically, if a team has a freshman game, we arrive there about 45 minutes early. The varsity kids ref, they play for 45 minutes worth of time, and when the time's up, they move on and they restart the JV game. And I think we plan to do the same thing. So it doesn't cost anything, and it's a way for kids to get more playing time. And I think there's going to be 6 schools in our league that plan to do freshmen again. Cross country was very similar to last year. We have 1 senior on the team, and we ran a lot of dual meets where we had $365 for officials and very little transportation cost due to the fact that we didn't travel a lot to some of the bigger meets because we didn't qualify for those venues. Going on to field hockey, we had a lot of seniors on the team, so I'm a little concerned with the field hockey numbers for next year, but we did do 2 less games than the year before. In our league, Greater New Bedford Vogue does not offer field hockey, so it's not scheduled in there. We only had 2 juniors on the team, so in theory, and 1 was a transfer. So next year, we'd probably only have 2 seniors on our field hockey team. But other than that, the numbers are very similar to last year, other than a little bit cheaper in transportation and officials. On our golf program, we had a first-year coach, no seniors on the program, and they actually started to really get in matches towards the end of the season as they adjusted to the first-year coach. but I would suspect that the numbers would be the same as last year and also into the next year. Cheerleaders, we had, this is for football cheerleaders. We had 5 seniors on that program. They only went to 6 of the home games due to also the rescheduling of the football games. That kind of conflicted with some of their scheduling too and became difficult with them in regards to that. They would probably like to do another competition, and it's involved in our league, where they need to qualify in a competition to move on. And if our league does not have all the cheering squads, they might have to go outside. In the fall, it works really well, but in the winter, a lot of our schools do not offer winter cheering, and we might have to look outside and pay more entry fees to go on. Boys basketball. A little bit less in the expenses from last year due to the fact that we didn't have as many home games as we did, and we didn't travel as much all over the place like we had done in the previous year. But also with that, our gate receipts was also down due to the fact of not having Friday night games. Also, we had to move one game from the high school over to the middle school due to the roof leaking. We had to change a game schedule and stuff like that. So really, it looks a lot different than last year, but I think there's reasons. It's a totally different team. Girls basketball, our coaching salary is done. We did not fulfill one coach from the year prior. Our police has also is down, but our revenue was up in girls basketball from the previous year. I think because they had a pretty stunning season, and they also played more of the Friday night games, and they had a couple key games here Friday night. So we got a few more people at girls basketball than traditionally in the past. I have boys and girls winter track together along with boys and girls spring track, only because we share some official fees and we share some transportation fees. So it's pretty difficult to, a lot of the fees are just shared amongst both. In winter track, our numbers in participations were about the same. We only had 1 boy senior and 4 girl seniors on our program. Our expenses were a little bit more in transportation due to the fact that we had some senior girls and some talented females that had to go up to Reggie Lewis a lot to get qualifying times. And when you go up there, it's a 7-8 hour time in winter track, so it cost a little bit more in transportation. Moving to ice hockey. We did not run a JV program due to our numbers signing out. But I do have an increase of police details because Gallo had required us to hire a police detail for every single game that we held there, which was not the case in the past. We only had 2 freshmen that were in our program. There were 2 freshmen that signed up. They both played at the varsity level. So they also played a 22-game schedule and went to the tournament for the first time in a bunch of years. So our ice time was a little bit reduced. Obviously, our JV officials and table help. We had a volunteer coach do that. So there was some savings in ice hockey. Winter cheerleading, they only traveled to a handful of games. They stayed mostly at the girls' games or all home games, whether girls or boys. They had to travel for some competition and a couple of away events that they chose. Other than that, the numbers were pretty much the same. Moving on to girls and boys spring track. Once again, I had to combine them due to the notes, due to they share a lot of the same expenditures. Our numbers were down on the boys' end than in the years past. But I will say, all the boys who did winter track did another sport in the spring, not spring track. They were all playing baseball, volleyball, other sports. So it wasn't like the athletes disappeared, they just went to other areas. Then we go to girls tennis, which very similar to last year's in regards to team numbers and expenditures. And boys tennis, we had a new coach this year, so the salary was a little different. We started off with 8 athletes. We ended up with 5. 2 of them are seniors. And I think the new coach is gonna get ideas of how we can try to attract out more people and start to build that program back up. And then we go to boys volleyball. We reduced the amount of games in regards to boys volleyball. It's the only sport that we do not compete in the South Coast Conference. We actually compete in a Division I type schedule. We go to Quincy, North Quincy, Braintree. We play New Bedford, Brockton, Durfee. So the travel expense can be a little bit higher due to that fact. There was only 2 seniors involved in the program this year, and I believe the program is starting, looks like it's really heading into the right direction, and I think you'll see the records obviously improving. Then we go to girls softball. Very, very similar to last year's expenses. We did cancel a couple of JV games due to that week of rain. We couldn't get them all in, so we worked on getting the varsity games in. So some of the officials are down a little bit. Transportation is very similar. And then the last one is baseball, which is very similar to last year. We only had 2 seniors on our baseball team, so I would expect most of those people are returning. And we did have a bunch of new coaches in regards to baseball too, so their salary was a little lower. So,
Okay,
I'll take
I'll start with me. In the athletes column, there are 2 numbers, so I assume
Okay.
that's what we started with and what you ended up with?
what we started with, what we ended up with. Last year, I just put what we ended up with.
Okay.
And I think I was requested to put both figures down.
All right. As I look at that, in every single sport, other than maybe 2, those numbers continue to go down. So, can you address that as, what is your involvement to find why that's such a disturbing trend that every single sport we continue to see a decline from start to end? I know some kids play a couple of games and just quit, but...
Yeah. I think it has to do with a lot of things. First of all, the starting number is from the second week of the season. It's not kind of the tryout number. It's not your sign-up numbers or anything like that. Because like right now I have fall sign-ups, and if you look at those numbers, let's just take ice hockey. When I looked at the sign-up numbers for ice hockey, it was, 32, I believe? But it was heavily with seniors. And a lot of them had never played ice hockey before. And that's when we questioned whether or not we were going to run that JV program. When we totally looked at the sign-ups, I think that's when we decided. First meeting, 3rd day of practice, you go to the ice, see what was there, and they only had 22 on the ice at that time. So that first figure happens to be about when I want the final rosters from the team, after the tryout period, after the kids try on the sport period. So it's about the end of week 2 is where that number goes. So the number of tryouts is even higher than that. I do know in spring track, for boys, for example, the number dropped because of user fees. That was one reason. Football was definitely playing time, rescheduling some of the games, and it was commitment issues.
Okay. All right, so each sport, there's
Yeah, they all have, some of them were new coaches too, that they
Right.
weren't happy with, the program, or they, wasn't what they thought it, and they
Okay.
left.
In the report, I would prefer to see things separated, boys and girls spring track, for the simple reason is I look at this, and my first thought is, why would we even offer spring track to seven boys? How many events can they even be involved when you only have 7 kids? Is it even worth it? And it looks a little misleading when you combine that with the girls program, and you did that in the winter track too. So going forward, and that's probably for the new AD, is I'd like to see that separated. They're separate sports. They should not be combined. So I had a little concern about that. On the basketball, boys, no, I want to go back to football. Just trying to follow this report. In football, what are the custodians doing for $2,000 in football? Are they cleaning up the entire football field? Because that seems a lot compared to what might be expected of a basketball game. I'm trying to figure out why there's such a big expense for the one custodian.
In theory, I do not have to hire custodians for our basketball game, but because of the structure here, with this being the middle school, I have to hire our custodians to set up the football field, and, help do that, which I don't have to do in basketball. I do in some basketball games when it's Saturdays or holidays and stuff like that. But not every basketball game do I pay a custodial fee, but every football game I do.
So the custodian
And they also
at a
clean the
football game,
locker room.
they're not lining the field,
No.
okay? So other than the custodian opening the gates and the locker rooms and the press box, what else are they doing for $2,000?
I know they set up the field.
They put
Pads, numbers,
the pads, the numbers. They bring the speaker system over, which is located over there at the high school, the scoreboard. And they also are responsible for cleaning up the locker room afterwards too, which, home and away, we're using another locker room and stuff.
Pretty nasty.
Pretty nasty, yeah.
They need
Well, and we also have Thanksgiving time too, a Thanksgiving Day game, which, was a holiday with them.
Okay. On basketball, I think you mentioned gate receipts were down for not having Friday night games. That would apply to football, not basketball, because I would find it hard to believe that we have a basketball team that never has a Friday night game.
The boys only had 2 Friday night games. One was during Christmas vacation, which is going to deal with, and another one happened to be piggybacked on the weekend of Martin Luther King Day, which became like a half in-service day and stuff. Plus, also, the boys' record I don't think it brought the same following as last year's team, too.
Okay. Rhonda.
Thanks. I think that for future reports also, I think that in your commentary through the individual sports, saying something went up or down, I definitely would like to see that on the report.
Okay.
I don't know for each sport where something went up or when something went down. The other thing, just talking about the report, is I didn't see, are there GPA requirements for things like ice hockey and winter track?
No, what I was trying to do was to pull the team's GPA during the season that they were there, and I could get the reports for the fall, but it just becomes difficult because it's not something I can easily get off the computer. And it becomes a cumulative GPA too, it's not per the sport. And for the MIAA reporting, they want it per the season while they were in the sport.
But generally, for each one of the sports in the high school, are there GPA requirements to
There are
stay
grade
on it?
requirements for them to be involved, yes.
They have to pass 4 major
Yeah.
classes.
Okay. You know, if that, it's nice to see that data, so being able to see what, I mean, because, I mean, I look at the football team GPAs there and,
Yeah.
you know, and there's concern there. Do we have any control over scheduling? Any influence, anything over scheduling?
We're bound by the MIAA with restrictions in regards to that, which is the governing body. And then also, we got bylaws in our league. But other than that, yeah, we do have some control. One of you.
Scheduling games, meaning like when they happen, because, I mean, you talked about that one of the reasons why revenue was down this year was just the nights that games were on, or, you know, do we have influence?
I didn't have a lot
over-
of control in regards to football, in regards to that, because of weather and Triple E.
Okay.
You know,
But
that,
generally, can we take a look at what our optimal schedule would want to be, and then try to influence the
Yeah.
schedule for the sports?
The good news is it's gonna come around next year and we'll have more
Yeah.
of those, because we had less of those
It-
games on Friday, it
Yeah.
flips. So next year, we'll be in a better position, and I'm sure financially because of that, but there'll always be that, you know, the schedule doesn't.
It's always a year on and a year off.
Well, the schedule does rotate.
Kind
though,
of,
so
yeah.
there'll be a rotation as well. So.
like football, roughly, you have 6 games the year you don't have Thanksgiving, but only 5 games the year you have Thanksgiving.
Right.
Does that, I mean, and then you're bound by your league schedule, which you gotta follow your league bylaws. And our league schedule for football has been out for, I mean, over a year and a half. And right now, we only got 10 games scheduled in football. We're unable to fulfill the 11th game. And we put it on the, I mean, we've tried many different avenues.
So I think that what I would want to see, if there's an opportunity to do this, especially at the high school level, is similar to the school improvement plans, being able to have a plan, and it might be better to have a 3-year plan when it comes to sports, but what are the goals around increasing user fees, around increasing participation in sports, on retention, on scheduling, on equipment, you know, whatever it is. I think it would be very helpful to me, because just seeing an end-of-year report doesn't give me the full picture of either why we're struggling when it comes to revenue coming into the town, as well as records. You know,
Right.
what are things that we need to be doing better as a district to help boost up how the community feels about sports in our town, as well as how the kids are participating, as well as how our records are. So.
What I like to do is, let's try to stay on this report. And in fairness, we have a new athletic director coming in. When he comes in front of the board, probably in our August meeting, I think we should set the criteria as what we expect in reports. So it's not fair to address the current AD with questions on what we can do to improve
Preacher.
going forward.
Yeah.
Point taken.
Also, this is the first year I've put the numbers of the starting to the ending. I don't think, I mean, I could find that records, I don't think there's really any difference from years past. You know, I think there's roughly that many people that just don't stay with the program. I don't think it stands out. I think it's probably the same in the past couple of years.
I'm all done, thank you.
My follow-up to that was, when you see that trend in numbers, I would hope the coach or the AD is reaching out to those kids, why did you leave the sport? But that's a question for down the road. Dr. Sylvia?
Gene, I want to thank you for your continued work and the dedication you have to the kids of Wareham. I've known you for a long time. and you're a dedicated teacher, and I know you really love the kids. But I gotta be honest with you, I was very disappointed when we weren't getting this thing seasonally, like we were supposed to get. I was very concerned about it. I kept asking for it.
Yeah.
I thought we were supposed to get the report at the end of every season.
And I,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that being said, but the reason why it was important to me is, given the historical underpinnings of the AD situation in the past, as you well know, it was very important that this thing be made clear and transparent and ongoing. So I think that there is an operational oversight here, a failure in operational oversight at all levels, at the central administration level, at the school level, and at the departmental level. So I just think I'd just point that out, and I'd like to see that continue. I'd like to see that improve, obviously. Tina, how many coaches teach in our system? Ballpark percentage. I won't hold you to the letter. Ballpark. Rough
Probably
guess.
only 5 or 6.
We have 5 or 6 coaches in our athletic program who are teachers in our system. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, they coach multiple sports, so
Well, it's all right.
do you just count them twice, or?
No, I'm just
No.
talking, count heads.
50% of our coaches are in-house.
In-house,
Yes.
okay.
But like you said, some of
But
them
they coach
say
multiple
they teach
sports,
Yeah.
right?
They coach 2 and 3 sports.
Yeah.
Right. So, a head count, about how many teachers in our staff coach something?
I think she hit it on the head.
About 6?
5 or 6. But times are different, don't forget. They have
Oh,
to
I
work
know
masters
times are
in 5
different.
years.
I know.
The young crowd that used to come in gung-ho and coaching 3 sports, now have to get their masters.
Yeah, I know.
They have to
I
be in
understand.
school, so it's very difficult.
Tina, didn't we improve a raise in ticket prices last year?
2 years ago, yes.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the big bump, the $90,000 in revenues? Was it the bump and plus the basketball team going along into the
Plus
thing?
the basketball team going
Because,
along.
we're, in terms of revenues, we're off about $25,000.
Yes, yeah.
That's a lot of
I
money.
mean, one of our football games here, we would bring more in a boys basketball game than we did a football game. I mean, our football receipts were real down.
Right.
But it was Saturday afternoon, it was just,
And the reason I thought we were going to get these reports seasonally is because, as we get these reports and we look at them and we analyze them, an awful lot of assumptions can be made as we work through the budget. And by getting it after the budget has been approved and all the smoke is settled, we might have been able to look at this and say, well, are some of these programs viable? Should we be spending $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 on a sport with 6 kids? Or could we put that money into, heck, the French club had 50 kids, no cost.
but just my question to you, when do you make that decision, though?
We can't
Because-
make it now.
Well, now, one particularly, we did fall sign-ups.
Right.
Okay, we got a list of all those kids that are signed up for the fall. I mean, that's to me where you look at that potential interest list and you make that decision. What do you do when half those kids on the list don't show up to a team? I mean, that's
The same
like
thing you
when-
do if they didn't show up to a
when-
class.
When's the drop dead time?
The same thing you would do if they didn't show up to a class. You're not going to run a class with 4 kids, 5 kids.
I think my concern as principal is that once you cut it, it's gone. You know that, and I know.
No, I understand, and I'm not advocating cutting it, but I'm also looking at, a $400,000 bill here.
Right.
It's a $400,000 bill. And like I said, we've got 50 kids at the French club for no money, 0. Well, a little money, okay? A little money, comparatively. All right. So I think we have to look at this thing in terms of the viability of the programs, and I'm not advocating cutting any program because kids should be involved. But maybe if they can't be involved in track, then they should be playing soccer or baseball or whatever. I don't know.
Wrestling.
Whatever. But
Sailing.
I just think that we would have a better. I just think we would have a better handle on this if we got this on a season basis.
You will have that.
Oh, yeah. I probably shouldn't ask this question, but why just one team in softball?
Just two.
Oh, Kim, on to the next page?
Flip over.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah,
didn't see
just
it.
two.
All right. Goes to show how many games I go to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tina.
Jeff?
Thank you. All right, so the bottom line is we lost more money this year than last year, despite the fact that we cut expenses. We're down about 3.5% in terms of students. I didn't see a total number of students for 2 years ago. Do you know how that compared to, because
I could tell
the
you.
only thing we have is fall and winter.
I can tell you. I don't know why. I have participation records that go back for 10 years.
Just
Yeah.
curious to see what kind of trend we've got, because 2 data points
Well-
is not a trend, and I just was curious to see if it was a trend. I also
I think our student population has dropped a little bit too.
I also need to remind everybody that when you're looking at the individual sports, the expenses, they're understated by about 16%, because the cost of the trainer and other expenses, which are on the front page,
Right.
are not allocated to the individual sports, but they are true expenses. And so what it means is that the average cost per participant is after they pay their user fees. Okay? So they pay their user fees, and we still have a deficit per participant of over $520. That's a big number. When you think about that, I love sports. I wouldn't want to see any sport cut. But when the per participant's cost is over $520, that's a significant number as compared to other activities. Then you have to look at the fact that the average is just that. It's an average. But in fact, you have a sport that's as low as $151 per participant versus a high of almost $1,000 per participant. Literally, every time that participant signed up and stayed for the entire year, we were investing $1,000 per participant in that particular sport. We all know what sport that is. I'm not going to say what it is. It doesn't matter. The point is, it ranges dramatically from $150 to almost $1,000. Unfortunately, I think that's a Title IX issue, which our new athletic director can think about. But I remain, as I was concerned a year ago, I'm still concerned about the Title IX issues of paying $1,000 per participant for a one-sex sport. So the only other comment I would make is that when we look at the cost per participant for coaches, it also dramatically varies. Now, if you have one coach, and you obviously have to have one coach, right, and you have a small number of participants, that cost per participant is going to be relatively high. But if you have multiple coaches and your cost per participant is high, then maybe you have too many coaches. And there is one sport that jumps out as falling into that category, and I think you know which one it is. And I wondered why field hockey has so many coaches.
They have two.
Well, if they have two coaches...
That's all contractual based. And it's
Whoa.
set.
Time out. I happen to know what the maximum reimbursement is for a coach. So how can we be spending $9,442 for two coaches?
That's where they are.
That's a real shame.
Because field hockey is somehow a major
There's
sport?
5 levels in our contract in regards to coaching. And field hockey is at the...
Because that cost alone for field hockey is over $520 per participant, plus the 16% that isn't allocated, which makes them number 3 on the list of most expensive sports. And the biggest reason is the cost of the coaching. For only 18 players, we were spending over $9,000. So just think about that, because I'm interested in, I love sports, I want to maximize sports, I think wrestling is a great sport, I think sailing is a great sport, but putting that aside, the bottom line is, we've got an equity issue, and we've got a shortage of resources, and I think we need to put that all into a context and come up with a plan for how we can use these valuable dollars most equitably. And I'll close with that.
I would just add to that. I think, and I gave this to the union and stuff, there is definitely an equity issue in regards to coaches' salaries, in regards to the way it's set up by the contract, in what coaches are asked to do, how much this coach per student average ratio and stuff like that. But that's kind of contractual based.
I understand. You're right. It is.
You know. And your number from 2 years ago was 579. Total
That's
participants.
unfortunate. So 2 years ago it was 579, last year was 543, and this year it's 524. That's called a trend.
Well,
Our enrollment's been down about that too.
Mr. Chair, let's put it in perspective, though. There is an economic factor at play here. We talked about it earlier, and I think that as the cost of education goes up, and as this recession continues on, that we've got that part-time job that's, the kids are saying, do I play football or do I go to work? So I think, with all due respect, we can't lose sight of that fact.
That's a very valid point.
And I think the numbers of participants has been a common conversation at our ADs.
And it's statewide. Am I right or wrong?
Oh yeah, it's well, definitely in this area. Getting the participation numbers from the MIAA, they look to be pretty consistent. But that's,
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
We're
Okay.
having technical
Just one
difficulties.
second, we're having a technical issue with the rain. If you're talking over there, you just pull the microphone in front of you.
Okay.
All I'm hearing is the rain, and I'm sure people at home are like, are they in the water? So,
Noah
Yes.
built an ark.
Yes, we are underwater.
We feel like the Titanic right now, so,
Noah built an ark.
Rachel, anything?
If I could just interject on that. I think, in my experience, winning breeds excitement. And I think the problem that we have had, and it's no one's fault, is that if we play, and this is an average, and Tina's giving the statistics to back this up, if we play 10 varsity contests, we win 1 across the board. That is our winning percentage. 100 is our winning percentage. So I remember in '95 when I was lucky enough to coach on the football team. The next year, we won the Super Bowl. The next year, we had 120 kids out, and that trend just continued to stay there. The key is for us to get these programs up and running, and you will see the participation levels will increase. Winning, I truly believe, breeds excitement, and I'm not saying winning is everything. Trust me, I've learned more lessons from losing, but I think it's an important part when you look at participation rates. Winning does increase that.
Yeah. Go ahead, and then I'll go to Rachel.
Quick comment. I agree with you, but I also think, therefore, that the loss of the middle school sports is exactly the wrong thing to happen, and since we haven't yet replaced it with an intramural program, speaking now, putting my coach's hat on, I think it's critical that if we don't have middle school varsity interscholastic sports, we at least have to have a vital intramural program, and I look forward to that getting up and running.
And I know Mark's going to try and take it one step further after he's on board, and he's going to be looking to incorporate for some of the JV and freshman teams, possibly incorporating a waiver to allow some 8th graders to participate in that with some help from Howard. Right now, you mentioned equity issues. There is a girls hockey team that's a club team, and middle school students from this middle school right here participate on that hockey team. So the precedent has already been set, and I know he's going to be working on that as one of his first few initiatives.
Thanks. Rachel?
Just a couple comments from the conversations we've had. I'm not surprised at the loss of any loss of money in this. I'm not surprised at a drop of kids. You know, there's a lot of kids out there that they've taken financial hits. They may not qualify for help, and the families are just going, can't do it. Sorry, it's just too much of a financial burden going on in our community right now. It really doesn't surprise me. Less people showing up doesn't really surprise me. Winning, yeah, I mean, absolutely, you have an excitement. Of course, you're going to have more kids, but even so, when it comes down to spending money, kids just don't have it in their pockets right now. So that really isn't a major surprise. But Jeff, you had said something about, I want to be really careful that we're being fiscally responsible with the money and the investment that we're putting into kids. Because if we, and I understand when you lose something, it's hard to get it back. I totally get that. But, you know, I have kids that are in drama. And I think one play, 2 kids in drama, 1 play, I invested about $400 for that 1 play. And there were 3 plays this year. I don't have user fees. I don't have somebody helping me. You know, there's costumes that have to be purchased, and if we can't get it, and you know, there's food during the weeks that they have to be provided, and it's amazing how many kids don't feed their kids during those weeks, you know. There's a lot that goes into it. We've done the bake sales, and we're out there. So I understand as a parent, I mean, it's been a fiscally difficult year for me, but I'm out there doing my part and you know, footing the bill. So it's really tough to see a real small number getting a chunk of cash. And I don't want to take that away from them, but I think we have to kind of keep it in perspective that sports are important, but there's also a lot of other areas that are important too. So I think we have to be very, very, very careful that we're not just putting all our energy into sports. There's a lot of kids that are. The money's flowing, and families are stepping up and doing what they can. So don't lose sight of that. You know, I was so glad when that 3rd play was done, because I thought, I can't afford another one. I mean, it really got down to that. It was tough. But it was really important for my kids at the same time, so we did what we could. You know, so I just want to keep things into perspective and not lose sight that, you know, there are kids hurting, and sports are important, but there's also a lot. We had a list of all those clubs that are also very important too, that affect a large number of kids. So I just want to keep it real at this point.
Dr. Sylvia, you got
Well, I wrote 2 things down. I wanted to ask one quick question and one quick comment, and it's to build on what you just said. I had it written down here. The reason I talk about, you know, the low counts and the budget and the money and making decisions is because of what Rachel just said. It's utilizing our resources, okay? And when the kids are out there trying to scratch money to put up scenery in for a play, or the music department, or the French club, or whatever, you know, we have an obligation, not to athletics, we have an obligation to every single solitary kid in Wareham Public Schools. All right, whatever interests them, whatever floats their boat. And so when I see resources going to such a small number, this little man in my head says, you know, where could this money go that would be of better use? So that's what I'm talking about. But let me ask a quick question. Do you have an unduplicated student count school-wide that participate in athletics? An unduplicated count.
Okay, so if they did 3 sports, you only count them once.
That is correct.
I could, is that online? I probably could get to it online.
Email it to me or whatever.
Oh,
I would like
it's
to know.
about 250.
250 kids?
Yeah. I did it before. It's not.
I would just be curious
Yeah.
to know what it is.
Yeah.
Unduplicated. Thank you.
And
Okay.
to expand,
So less than half.
Yeah, oh yes, definitely less. It's more like, more in the 3rd.
All right. I want to
Yeah.
wrap this up, because it's
So that
nine.
makes your numbers even more significant.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
9:45. Just a final comment, Tina, I want to thank you. I know between being an AD and teaching and everything is difficult. Dr. Rabinovich knows, and Mr. Palladino, I say it over and over, I want to see a full-time athletic director. I think we're in the day and age that we need that. It's a full-time job based on where we were 10 years ago to where we are today. We need to have a full-time athletic director, and I would hope that somehow we find a way to make it work, because you had a very difficult job, not just you, anybody previous to you or replacing or going forward. It's a difficult job to balance being an athletic director and a teacher. So I just want to thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you, Tina.
Mr. Palladino, are you going to...
And I also want to echo those sentiments. I know you all remember that we were in some dark times with the athletic department when Tina took over. And I want to thank her because she brought the program back to respectability, accountability, and it is a tough job balancing being a teacher and being the athletic director. And it's a very tough situation. So I want to thank her, and I look forward to having her in the classroom and continue relationships with Wareham High School. And hopefully, when she makes a decision, she'll come back to coaching, if she chooses to do so, because she was one of our best coaches. It goes without saying. So, thank you very much for your years of service, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tina.
And I know she's got some paperwork to hand off to Mark, but I think she's going to flop that whole
The
line.
pitch.
But I'm very excited to introduce our new athletic director. We had quite a process, and I want to thank Mr. Fons, Chairman Fons, for being on the screening committee. We had a lot of good applicants, and we had a good screening committee with some athletes, coaches, teachers, school committee member, a citizen, parent, and so we had a good representation, and we had, as I said, some very qualified applicants, and I'm really excited that we have Mark Lorraine here. I'm going to introduce him and give you a little background on him. He's been a teacher at Plymouth South for 17 years. He's most recently been a physical education teacher there. Mark has coached varsity track, varsity football, varsity wrestling. During his tenure, his teams have had the highest participation rate and the highest GPA rate. He's coached many state champions. He's certified in phys ed and health. He's also certified as a principal, assistant principal, so he has an administration certification. He's got a Bachelor of Science from Fitchburg State and also a Master's in Education from Fitchburg State. Mark is a recruiter by nature. I have an opportunity to see him from afar, coaching and recruiting, and I know he's very organized and very excited to be here, and we're excited to have him, and we're excited to move forward. We're excited for that transition. Tina's been very helpful in allowing for this transition to occur, and as we move forward, we're excited to have him on board. So without further ado, the Wareham High School's newest athletic director, Mr. Mark Laranger.
Got stiff sitting in those chairs there for a minute. Thank you.
Scott, smartphones are good, huh?
Yeah, you had that all bioed up on there.
But, Mark, before you get started, I just want to say a couple of things. It was a pleasure to be invited to be on the screening committee for the athletic director, and as Mr. Palladino said, there were some good applicants. We narrowed it down to 5 that we interviewed, but he had a lot more applicants. In my job, I've interviewed a lot of people at the electric company that work for me, and I told Scott and I told Dr. Rabinovich and others, I have never been involved in a more impressive interview than the one that Mark did. It was stunning, and it was almost unfair that he should have been the last one interviewed, because when he was interviewed, I didn't need to see anybody else after that. So it really changed my judgment of the other folks that followed you. He had all the answers to all the questions. His passion for the job had everybody in the room excited. I mean, that was just, I don't know if you practiced it, but it was probably one of the best interviews I've ever been part of. And the telling point to me was when Mr. Palladino went around the room to every member and said, tell me who's number one on your list, and all 9 people had the same gentleman. I've never seen that either, so that being said, I'm very excited that you accepted the position, and wish you nothing but the best.
I am likewise, and I appreciate it. And I can't thank you enough for allowing me the opportunity to do this. And when Scott, when I saw it was posted and I was talking about it, and it's something that I've always wanted to be an athletic director. I've always wanted to run an athletic program, and the people at Plymouth South were great to me, and I'm going to miss them. And it's very hard leaving, to be honest with you. I mean, I have a fun time with wrestling there and track and football, and I get good people that I work for, and it was very difficult to leave, but this opportunity at Wareham excited me, and I think that the people around here and the passion for sports in this town is phenomenal. I remember being a kid playing youth football. We played Wareham in the championship, and I'll never forget it. I was on the field, and I looked up in the stands, and there were 1,000 Wareham parents there, and there was like 20 Plymouth parents. There were just people everywhere for this. Plymouth won. We won the game. So but
Thank you.
Wareham's support was unbelievable at the midget level. It was awesome. It was probably 1987 or 86 or something like that. It was absolutely phenomenal. So that was my first thought when I came here about the passion that they have here for sports. And one of my goals is to increase participation. I mean, I wrote down 10 things off the top of my head that we could do to continue improving things here. And I also want to thank Tina for the help, and she's been helping me transition into this because, it's a new life for me, and she's been great, and I thank you very much for that. And I know I'm probably going to bug you a lot with a lot of phone calls and things like that, but I just can't thank you enough. I'm looking forward to it, and I can't wait to get started.
Thank you.
Any comments, any questions for Mark?
Welcome.
Welcome
Thank you.
aboard.
We'll have you back in September for a report, so.
Yeah, I get the report stuff. I wrote it down, so.
And
But
just,
after the first, after the fall.
Creating
setting.
sport, we can get more kids involved. It's good. So creating sport's a good thing.
You'll never send them the
All right.
format, okay?
Best of luck to you. Thank you.
It won't happen.
Before we proceed, I'll need a motion from the committee to go past 10 as it's 9:50. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next up is proposed changes to the school district handbook.
Okay. That would be that big document.
Yeah, I just had it too.
And no cookies today.
I know.
Is Janice taking this?
Yep.
Mom made fruit salad, so I had that.
I thought I was gonna give you some.
Not a meal.
There's this great deal on this umbrella. You
we
gotta
still
come
on?
down now and buy it.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on. You don't need that? Okay.
Don't let technology get in the way of a good presentation.
I'm just gonna keep saying going green. I'm just gonna, in every single comment that I
You
make.
forgot.
Water bottle's going green.
You told me you were gonna write my SMART goal for technology for to going green. I'm waiting.
You should've emailed me to remind
Oh, I
me.
have to remind you. All right.
Feel like a permit, going green.
I'll come up with something else.
Folks, we're still live. Go ahead.
You had in your packet the new handbook, labeled draft, and you had also received a list of changes. This should go rather, this should go rather quickly, now that we have the entrance from the computer. Most of the changes were grammatical or typos or aligning things with current law and regulations and the updated policies. I can start from the beginning and go through the first 10, 11 items were the changes, and then everything from page 24 on are the new revised policies that have already gone before the school committee. So if you'd like, I'll go through the first 10 or 11 changes, or I can just answer questions.
we'll go right to questions if there are any.
That sounds great.
So, we'll start down my traditional end. I'll start with Dr. Sylvia.
I was hard to follow, Jan, because on page 4, it says move planned absences, vacations on the school attendance had been part of attendance. But I don't know on page 4 what that verbiage was.
All right, at the top of page 4, it says planned absences and vacations.
Yeah, I see that.
It now says WPS pre-K through 12. Previously, these paragraphs had been under the attendance policy for grades 9 through 12.
Okay, so you just moved
Just
it.
moved it,
All right.
exactly. They were
Okay.
being applied across the district, but they were in the
All right.
wrong place.
I didn't understand that. Okay, thank you.
And I apologize, it was,
Okay.
the
No, I think
brevity
that-
caused ambiguity.
Yeah, and then, I figured it out, like on page 8 with the Corey, I saw that line, the parents have to be Corey. That's just an additional line, you got it there.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm all set.
Okay.
Anything, Rhonda?
Just, is there, the format that this is in, is there any way next year when we're going through this, kind of going with Dr. Sylvia going back and forth, is there any way to provide a red line of all of the changes?
We have, using the track changes format, but it comes so small that I received complaints not to ever do that again.
It comes out so small on there, or when you're looking at it on
When
your
you're
computer?
looking at it. We did the red line track changes. I'll be happy to do both. I mean, I can easily give it to you in both formats.
Bob did that trick on us once too, I think.
The track changes.
No, I think just, but if you're, just,
I can
I
give
don't
it
need
to
to
you in both
belabor it, but
formats.
yeah,
I mean, it's, because
I think
obviously
just-
that's what we do in my office.
Yeah, and I know most of the changes that, we've already, the larger changes we've approved in the policies, so just as
Exactly.
long as there's a guarantee that those were just automatically transferred over. But I think just in general, being able to look at the handbook and see year over year what has changed, that would be great in that format. But other than that,
I can give
I'm
it to
good
you
with-
and I give it to you this way and
There was no
I'll.
controversial items on there that were updated that we already didn't discuss
Right.
here at
Yeah.
this committee.
Jeff, anything?
Yes, don't you think we need a new subcommittee for the school committee with, related to formatting, and don't you think we have a perfect chair for that subcommittee?
So it is written, so it shall be done.
Good. Page 8, electronic archives.
Yes.
I'd like to give you a scenario. Miss Jessica is sitting in the cafeteria, and she pulls out her smartphone, and she sends an email to her best friend. Does this language say that email is going to be archived, and we have the technology to do that?
What
send a
we're
text on
required to
email.
do by law is archive all emails that go through our email system, go through our servers.
That's
So if
not what
she
it
uses-
says.
If she uses a smartphone, we cannot archive that.
Okay, so I think the language needs to be revised to reflect that, because if you read the language as it's written now,
What is that,
It-
Jeff?
page 8, electronic archives, it would suggest that any email sent or received, we have some requirement to archive, and the fact is, we don't have the technology. Maybe NSA has the technology to do that.
But isn't that just within the system? I mean, somebody's
It says
personal
therefore,
phone is
the-
your personal business. You can't, that would
I'm
never
just reading
fall
what
under
it
that.
says. Therefore,
Depends on how they're
all
defining
email
school community.
communications to
School
and,
commu-
well, Jessica's certainly part of the school community.
It says as required by law, so that wouldn't be required by law.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I have heard and seen that companies define community as their own email systems. So to me, when I read school community, I define that as the school email system, not the school community at large. But if you're one person and you find it confusing, then maybe we should basically say through the school email system.
I think it would be less ambiguous, because I think the word community is pretty broad. I'm
And
not
sure-
suggesting that my
Yep.
esteemed colleague is incorrect, but it doesn't change the ambiguity in my mind.
We can reword this. This was taken from a boilerplate policy, so we can,
Okay. And
we
then
can
on
adjust it to meet
and-
our needs.
And then a quick question on page 39 about the BMI policy.
Yes.
Have we collected that data?
To my, best of my knowledge, we have,
We have collected it.
yes.
Is it possible to manipulate the data? I don't, obviously,
I don't have access to it, only the school nurses do.
the school nurse has access to the data. Then
Yes.
through you, Mr. Chairman, can I ask the superintendent a question?
Go ahead.
If we wanted to know, as a baseline, what the median BMI for all our students is, do we have the capacity to get that information so that as we collect these data on an annual basis, we can find out whether we are getting better or worse with respect to that issue, because it's not an insignificant issue?
Mr. Chair?
Madam, answer first, then another. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I cannot give you a definitive answer. I will look into it and get back to you.
Fine, thank you.
Rhonda?
I just remember during the policy review when the nurses came and we discussed this, or maybe it was here, that that the system that they put it in was a state system, and the question was asked, you might have even asked it, so are they going to share that information back with us? And the question was no. But that might have changed, but that's what I remember. That
Clearly,
we were not.
clearly we don't want names, we don't want any identifying characteristics. We just want to get an overall sense of the health of the student
I
population.
just wanted to let you know what I remembered from that
Okay.
conversation, because we were all just,
No hurry, but if you get a moment, thank you. I'm all set, thank you.
On the BMI, I don't think you're gonna get any type of, statistics that are gonna help in any way. Do we have problems? Absolutely, but I think the individual bodies, types, everything, there's too many varying factors that you can't just take a lump number and really make anything of it.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I agree with your comment that if you apply the BMI to any one individual, it can be a total distortion. But when you have it across a large enough cohort, it becomes statistically meaningful. That's,
Well, you're right, but I just think we can automatically just kinda do that, even general, we have an obese society.
yes,
I mean, it's
and that's
kinda
why
like, it's there.
that's why to establish a baseline and then see what's
Yeah.
happening from that baseline, I think is significant, but I've used enough time. Thank you.
All set, Rachel?
Yep.
Anything else, Jan?
No?
All right,
It is
so,
before you. I will clarify the wording on the email system will be the Wareham Public Schools email system. And it will be presented with your approval to the Department of Education.
Dr. Rabinovich, anything to add to this?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, so then I need to have a motion to accept the revisions to the district handbook for 2012 as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? Thank you.
Just if I may, Mr. Chairman, before I leave, I'd like
Yep.
to publicly thank Elise Katerius in my office, who painstakingly does this each and every year. We have wonderful secretarial staff throughout the district, and this is just one example of one secretary who repeatedly, line by line, does this work year in and year out for us. So I do want to thank her for her work.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Report of the chair. Just two things. I'm going to be contacting Mr. Cruz to discuss, also maybe Dr. Rabinovich and Mark Andrews, if the four of us will get together again to talk about the ad hoc committee, keeping that going. It's very important. We're losing valuable time. So hopefully within the next week we can set a date to get together and make sure we continue with the ad hoc committee. I think a lot of positive things came out of that. So I have a call to Mr. Cruz to address that. And also I want to talk to him about capital planning. I strongly feel that a member of the school committee and a member of the Board of Selectmen should be part of that process. We've talked over and over about working together, and based on all the things that we have with new buses and police cruisers and ambulances and everything going on, we all need to be part of that process. So hopefully we can have some dialogue with Mr. Slavin and myself and Mr. Cruz as to how we can get to that next step. Dr. Rabinovich.
Just one item I'd like to, even though school was over on last Friday, I want to say that we have many of our professional staff that are involved in trainings. Right here in this building, we've had RTI training starting at 8:15 in the morning through, I don't know, 3:15? How many people, Bob? How many people? 28 people are involved. And so, you know, we're getting that group ready to implement for September for grade 3. The instructional leaders, administrators are part of the training, and everybody is very involved and put a lot of time and effort into that. There are other trainings also going on, and we have tried to, in consultation with the association, do our trainings the first week when school gets out, and then the week before school begins, or before programs begin, so that we have a concentrated time so people can either work, as many of our teaching staff does in the summertime, or go away on some family vacations and recharge. So I just want to say lots of activity going on. Last night, 2 members of the school board and I think I counted about 12 staff members were here listening to a group of parents until 9 p.m. in the evening. And so lots of activities. It does not feel like it has slowed down at all. And I'm waiting for first week in July when I'm going fishing. No phones, no TV, and no conversations.
What was last night?
Last night was Parents Involved in Education, known as PIE.
What is that?
It's a group of parents that wanted to meet with a group to talk about their concerns about enhancing the educational process. And
is this open to the committee?
I didn't know anything about it.
It was put out there. They ran it. They sent out invites. So I don't know who got invited and who didn't. I know that a notice went home from Minot Forest because it was sort of targeted at the east side of town. And so Mrs. Siemens and her group were here listening. So.
Anything else? Any other business? Rhonda?
No, thank you.
Yep. Dr. Sylvia?
Just one quick question for the superintendent. On these surveys, student surveys, parent surveys on the school improvement plan, who designs them?
We actually, at our administrative meeting, went through the surveys and questioning. We also had a subcommittee that Bob ran of parents, administrators.
Okay.
You might have been at that. Were you on that meeting? And that's who put those together.
Yeah.
This time, though, and if I may, the staff and the parents were done online for the first time, and it really affected the participation. And at least for staff, I will say that I will be asking administrators to do it the old-fashioned way, which when I did it, I got 98% because they got it when they walked into this room, and they didn't leave until they gave it to me in my hand.
Well, they can still do a green.
Right. They're not doing it online in their rooms and then not being able to not do it.
My suggestion still holds true, and I would like to have you discuss it at the administrators meeting, because I think it's a real good suggestion, even though it came from me, is when you've got a group of parents together, slip them a slip of paper. They will do the survey. So if you've got awards night, and you've got 300 people gathered at awards night, give them a piece of paper. I know it's not green, but you'll get good results.
We'll give them an iPad.
I put it in my pocket, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe you will, but I'm willing to bet 200 of them wouldn't. They would fill it out while they were sitting there, watching their kids perform or whatever.
I agree.
Mr. Chair,
Are you all set?
Yeah.
Jeff?
just a response to Cliff. Our superintendent and myself, and I think probably, and Jan, participated in something with Desi where they give you a device.
Oh, there you go.
And they ask questions and you click the device and it records it. So
There you go.
as long as we had all those devices, every time they got in the auditorium, we could ask them a question.
They're at the collaborative right now. They
Sounds
have
like
those devices at the collaborative right
School
now.
Jeopardy.
All set, Mr. Chairman.
Rachel? Nothing?
I move we
Jessica?
adjourn.
I'm good.
I move
All right.
we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
We are adjourned. See you in August. Enjoy July.
Amen.